or to do a yeah, and then this is just the same since the flex block after lunch, the signing up during Mentor Monday. And then there is, I guess I'll mention this, but I don't know how much support there is. A small, a significant portion of seniors would also appreciate having the same flexibility as they do during lunch and being able to leave the building during that time. So that is.
Uh-oh. Jake, if you can hear me, you're frozen.
Sorry, sometimes Jake has connectivity issues. We'll see.
Oh, looks like you're back.
Oh, sorry, did I cut out?
Yeah.
When did I cut out?
Oh, what was you were talking about seniors wanting to have the same flexibility.
Yeah, and I just thought I'd mention that a few seniors, I don't know exactly what percentage of seniors would appreciate having the same flexibility as they do during lunch and being able to leave the building during that time. So I don't know how we didn't collect any information on the entire student body to give you how they feel. So that's it for FlexWalk.
Maybe lunch can be moved up. And the bottom two note cards are advocating for different lunch options, maybe more sustainable, more balanced, and maybe more suitable lunch options. So currently there's been like a really, really great effort at the high school to have more varied lunch options that include more vegetables. And there's always a vegetarian option, which is great. The students really love noodle bar. I think it's happened maybe 2 or 3 times, but it's a really fun opportunity for everyone. And I think we really enjoy it. And so the students are pretty much asking, they love noodle bar, they love these times, and we have more sustainable, more veggie focused, less kind of fried foods. And they're apparently, according to these note cards, asking for more. That was a short one. Standards-based grading.
Okay, I will be doing this section. So a big topic of kind of concern that a lot of students have had, as I think I've talked about here before, is standard-based grading. This is another new change, like the new start time and flex block and Mentor Monday. So I think it's definitely been on a lot of students' minds. Next slide. Okay, so one great idea that a student had was for all departments to share kind of an SBG forum, or have each department put out kind of like an explanation of how standard-based grading will be or is being implemented in their department, because it kind of varies based on department, because obviously like a math teacher can't grade something the same as an English teacher, because it's just a completely different kind of rubric and different skills that they're looking for. So this student thought that it would be helpful for each department to kind of have information about that that's accessible to students. The administration has attempted to have student forums about this, but they haven't been very well attended. So I definitely think this would be a good solution to that. Oh, and this is the same as that. Yeah. So I guess that's that's that.
Okay. The next.
Sorry, can I interrupt you for 1 sec? Dr. Provost, did you have a question for
I
somebody?
did have a question for Lila, just on the last point before it gets away and we forget what we were talking about.
Yep.
Could you explain why you believe if the attempts to do school-wide forums on standards-based grading haven't been well attended, why you think district or department-based forums would be better attended?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons. And I also just want to say that like none of the ideas on this survey are endorsed by the student union necessarily, and they are not necessarily ones that we've talked about. We're just sharing student ideas. But personally, I think that there are a few reasons why people didn't attend the administrative forums. One is just because it can be scary to like meet with your principal or just like higher up administrators that you have never talked to before, never seen before. And also just because students are busy during flex block generally, which is when these forums were held. So maybe if it's not a forum, just like a packet from each department on what this is about would be super useful.
Thanks.
I would just add to that point that like if your math teacher says like during class, hey everyone, I'm having a forum today in my flex block, it makes it a lot more personable and easy to go to that forum that you're already familiar with the teacher. And just generally, students have way more contact with their own teachers or the people they see coming in and out of their teacher's class than any administrators. And that's probably just the way it's going to be.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. The next thing is mental health. This is a very big topic that in this slide doesn't do it any justice, but on the next slide, you'll see students were mainly concerned with, we're advocating for something that the student union actually did last year. So if you Dolly, you can go to the next slide. So last year, the student union held a mental health day. I believe it was sometime in late March, where teachers were told not to assign any new content for a day and basically allow students to reassess on whatever they had to catch up on, and not bring in a new content. This year, that's not going to happen due to a lot of different things, but a lot of students were advocating for bringing that sort of day back, so that particularly in March, when there's 4 straight weeks of school, maybe that's the time that they were thinking that there's some sort of break, some sort of ease of new knowledge being poured into their heads, and so they can catch up. And then there were a few other concerns brought up about just more understanding from teachers and administration about students dealing with mental health. And
Jake, we can't hear you. Jake, you're not muted though. We can't hear you.
Yeah, this happens all the time. Oh,
oh God, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Where did I cut out?
Can anyone help me?
I can just back up and read.
I think you had just said mental health day will not be happening this year.
Okay, yeah, so mental health day won't be happening this year due to a variety of reasons, but a lot of students wanted it, and were advocating for us to have it again just so that they can have a break with new knowledge being poured into their heads. And they could be in March, because March is one of those months sandwiched in between February and April where there's no break, 4 straight weeks. And also the second sort of thing was students wanted more understanding from teachers and administrators about mental health struggles that they had. So that when a student is tells a teacher that they can't do this assignment on time for X reason, that they would just receive more of compassion and understanding, and maybe even be referred to a CSO clinician, the school psychologist, once we get one at the high school. And then the second sort of part of that was students just to want to have more resources available to them, and be made.
Oh, it happened again, Jake. We're waving at you. We can't hear you. Does it help
My
if he
phone-
turns off his camera?
Oh. Is this better?
We'll find out. We're
Okay.
trying.
Well, I guess I'll leave it at the mental health day and more understanding from teachers and administrators about mental health and access and awareness of resources available to them. And so next slide.
I can take this. So there were just a few general responses about curriculum in the school. So this is just kind of a compilation of some kind of a random assortment, but so there were 2 about the wellness curriculum. This one specifically about sex education. They said more classes about other cultures, like you said, and also better sex education that's more inclusive to the LGBTQ plus community. And this one said 9th grade wellness curriculum, the obesity/diet unit feels really inappropriate to talk about in the way that they teach it. I think this person is referring to specifically kind of, there's been some reported like insensitivity towards people with eating disorders. And just, I've heard that, sometimes students feel triggered by the way that kind of dieting and obesity is talked about in wellness classes. And then this person just generally said more emphasis on experience and less emphasis on busy work in classes. Yeah, next.
I can take this one. So diversity and inclusion. This note talks about more classes about other cultures. Like we said, I think we were talking about the diversity supplement, and that's what they're referring to, and agreeing that the school should value and like prioritize having classes about other cultures other than like the white like American history kind of perspective. Better sex education that's more inclusive to the LGBTQ community. That one kind of calls back to the previous subject about wellness. And I think that one's really important to pay attention to. Okay. More equitable distribution of students in college, prep, honors, AP, Smith, dual enrollment. How can we encourage capable students who are BIPOC on free or reduced lunch or have an IEP/504 to enroll in higher level courses? Changes in bathroom policies. I like the idea of diverse classes. Again, that's probably talking about the diversity supplement. Oh, this one's a little tricky to see.
It says they would love to take those diversity classes, I think.
Yeah, to take those history classes. I think at that moment, we were probably mentioning that several history classes were not offered every year, and that might be what they're referring to. Again, calling attention to this one in the bottom, I think that's a really important note that like generally our curriculum should strive to include a better distribution of students in those like higher level classes or dual enrollment opportunities.
I can take this one. So this slide is, when we say school culture, it's more of like how necessarily what we were originally going to talk about. So it's mainly leading towards like communication from the administration and things like that. Go to the next slide. So by communicate, this is a pretty wide encompassing area, but so information from the administration to students about things that are available to them. So like on the top right, top left slide, note card, like joining clubs and knowing about them. Some students that come into the district either as a first year or throughout the year aren't given information about what clubs are available to them and how to join them and where they are. And it's just something that's not necessarily an easy process for new students to get involved in. And that's something that their solution should be thought of, I guess. And that could be through orientation done at 8th grade or at the start of the year for first years and other things. The second thing is just, of course, like on the bottom right, you can see just more communication, I guess, in general. In the past, there hasn't been a lot of communication about really anything. I mean, there's been communication, but there hasn't, sometimes students feel like there isn't an effective, information isn't delivered in an effective way. And some students don't learn about certain things that they should have known about. And then also on the bottom left, you can see it in basically the same thing as like communication. That a new student who came into the school didn't really know where to go to ask questions. And that's an important thing for a student to know. Like when you're coming into the district, you should know, if I have a question, I go to any of these people. I go to my teacher, I go to a school administrator, I go to my guidance counselor. A student should be like told where they can go for answers for questions that they have. And then there's better IEP support and acknowledgement. This is, of course, something which should happen. I don't have any personal information on what it is like as a student who has an IEP. So I can't speak really more to that, but I know that students have mentioned that they would like more support. And then on the next slide, there's just an idea.
Real quick before you go to the next slide, member Levy has a question.
Oh, sure.
Thanks so much. I'm sorry to jump in. I just want to ask, there have been a number of note cards that I've seen that say something about using the bathroom, like being able to use the bathroom during flex or being able to use the bathroom during this other time. And I'm just curious, are students not allowed to use the bathroom during certain parts of the day?
So we have a whole section on that.
Okay, sorry. Great. I'll wait. I'll wait till you get there.
Yeah.
I'd also, before we move on, just like to say that I think this kind of lack of communication has definitely been exacerbated by the pandemic. But I also think it's fair to say that enough effort hasn't been made to be reaching out to students during this time. And so, these complaints, I think, are very valid, even though it's been a challenging time for us to be together as a community.
Okay. The next slide just has an interesting idea that a student brought up, which was digitizing bathroom passes. We just thought we'd put it in there because it seemed like an outside perspective coming in. Apparently, we've been told that this is something the administration has or is looking at or has been or was looking into it. So an interesting idea that we thought we'd put in there at the end. Okay.
Here's the bathroom subject part. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, firstly, this comment is talking about the lack of menstrual products or free menstrual products in the bathrooms, and that should just be a general thing that's there. And it also mentions that the gender neutral bathrooms should be accessible and open at all times. And on the bottom here, getting the bathrooms open, including on the ground floor. Now, as we talked about earlier, this kind of like note card gathering was conducted in February and March, which that time has passed. And so in that period, there were definitely some bathrooms being closed for various reasons. Some were due to vandalism, which there's a note card on that later. And especially on the gender neutral bathrooms, there were inconsistencies in whether they needed a key to be opened and if you had to request that key, or if they were maybe staff bathrooms that looked like maybe they should be accessible to students. And so a bunch of these note cards, because that was like very prevalent in the moment, are talking about better access to all the bathrooms and especially gender neutral bathrooms. And let me know if you have any questions or want me to clarify on this. So more accessibility to hygiene products in the bathrooms, pads, tampons. Again, like the other one, more gender neutral bathrooms, along with accessibility to the gender neutral bathrooms. There is a need for more. And I actually, on the top of my head, don't know how many are currently available, but I think there's definitely a need for more. And this blue note card here talks about the freedom to go to the bathroom during flex. So currently students are supposed to not be allowed to go to the bathroom during flex. And many students have concern with that and have requested that we be allowed to go to the bathroom during flex. And that's just something we've been talking about.
Delia, Member Robbins has a question.
Of course.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. So when you talk about passes, are you referring to the heart passes?
Sorry, could you?
So there was
a
question about passes with a heart on them or something on them that kids were using. And you could get one and you could use it again or give it to someone else. Does that sound at all familiar?
I truly have no idea what that is.
Okay. All right.
Valerie or Jake want to chime in if they know.
Okay. My second question was around the February, March issue with vandalism in the bathrooms. And I think as we remember, it was around pretty negative vandalism that had happened. And I believe at the time we were told that there would be gatherings and education and talk and trainings and thoughts about how we support that. And I wonder if in fact that did happen.
There was no whole school or by grade gathering or like education in that way. I believe there was a flex block offered at one point to talk about anti-Semitism. And at that same time, an anti-Semitism club was started by students.
So when you say flex block to talk about anti-Semitism, what does that look like? All flex blocks talked about anti-Semitism?
That was one flex block offering in one classroom. So when you sign up on Mentor Monday, you can sign up for any teachers. And there's also some special things. Sometimes there's yoga. And one of these special offerings, which I believe it was, there was not very much time in like preparation. So like not many people knew about it, which is kind of sad, unfortunately, because I would have liked to go and I didn't know about it. But that was one special offering that like students could sign up for individually, but it did not happen in every single flex block.
All right, thanks.
And I believe this note card up the top here talks about vandalism. I'm just going to read it out loud. I'd like all the bathrooms to be open and maintained, even if they get vandalized. Maybe vandalism isn't a sign of bad students, but rebellion against bad leadership. Students are definitely opinionated. I'll just leave it at that. Member Stein.
Thanks. I had a very basic question, which is, could you sort of explain what the bathroom policies are throughout the day? it seems like what I'm hearing is that flex block students aren't allowed to go, but like, how do students access the restrooms when they need to? Sounds like there's issues of access with the gender inclusive bathrooms, and that maybe the first floor bathrooms are closed. Like, if you could just give me a sense of, I guess, like, what are the policies that you have to follow to use the bathroom? And also, like, how many bathrooms has that been limited to, I guess, or in general, like how many can't you access?
Great. So right now, all the bathrooms in the building that are available to students are open. I believe the only ones that aren't are on the basement, and those are reserved for other people. In February and March, the boys' second floor bathroom was closed due to vandalism. At another point, the girls' first floor bathroom was closed. I don't know why. And occasionally the bathrooms near the cafeteria are closed. I think that was also due to vandalism earlier in the year. That was just a policy. Now, throughout the day, excluding flex block, all students at any time can ask their teacher or take the pass and go to the bathroom. Some teachers have you sign out. Some teachers, it's more flexible. You can just go if you need to. Some teachers say that like one person out at a time, maybe two people out at a time. It really depends on the teacher. Now in flex block, it is a school policy that your teachers should not let you go to the bathroom. That hasn't been totally consistent, but it appears that in some flex blocks, teachers are very firm that students are not allowed to go to the bathroom. And those students here are asking that they be allowed to go to the bathroom during flex. Flex is the only time that, as a rule, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering about the passes, right? So I understand that teachers might implement sort of some rules around them a little bit differently, like you mentioned about one at a time or two at a time. But is there like a standard pass that students have from all classes?
The passes used right now are paper, like just pieces of paper with your name, the time, and the teacher because of COVID. Before they were like, maybe pieces of wood or like a rubber duck, really random items.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Are there any more questions on this slide or bathrooms in general? Okay. Oh, also this note card at the bottom, also not on bathrooms, but just maybe request there be more surveys about teachers. We don't really have a category for that, but I thought I'd point it out.
Okay, I want to be respectful of the time, and this is our last issue and section of the slideshow, so I'll try to speed through it. It's just one slide. Next. Okay, so this is, we received a lot of responses about like buses and transportation and roads in general. I actually don't see the one about roads. But there were a few that said kind of like buses for everyone. This one says buses for everyone, no matter how close. I assume that means how close you live because of the weather. Students who live within kind of the radius of the school where you can't have a bus pass would like to be able to have a bus pass because of the weather. And then I am remembering a note card that isn't on the slide right now, but it was pretty much saying that the roads in front of the high school are not safe. As I'm sure you all know, there have been quite a few accidents there, one of them fatal within the past year. And this person was saying that they were a new driver and that it was kind of especially scary for them to drive to school, given that and given the danger in front of the school on the roads. All right, so that's the end of our presentation. I know we went a little bit late, but if people have any more questions, please feel free.
Member Robbins.
Sorry. Okay, I have one more, which is on the transportation piece. I'm curious to know if there were more transportation, do you think fewer students would drive?
I can take that. I would say no. The students that live close enough that aren't taking the buses aren't the ones driving to school. They're the ones walking to school or maybe riding their bike to school. So I wouldn't say that in allowing those students to take the buses would really change drastically the amount of students who drive their cars or not.
Thank you.
Any other questions from school committee members? Member Davis.
Thanks. I'm wondering if any teachers have ever explained the reasoning behind the no bathroom during flex block. There's theoretically some original idea behind that rule, I wonder.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know about teachers, but the administration has been pretty vocal about this because this is their policy. And the reasoning is that hypothetically, every adult in the school has students during flex block. And so there's no one to be like monitoring the halls during this time. But I like, from what I can tell, that's not true. I know many, teachers that don't have a flex block every day that's open, or like one day don't have a flex block. But yeah, that's the reason, is that there are not enough adults to be monitoring the hallways.
Okay, thank you.
Member Stein.
Just one more bathroom question, and I'm just a bit concerned if students are having difficulty accessing gender neutral bathrooms or are unsure of how to access them. I wonder if the students have a sense, the student union has a sense, you guys got any feedback on what changes could be made to make those bathrooms more accessible to people that want them, that feel more safe with that option? Like what could be changed in order to provide that kind of access?
I mean, I think, well, firstly, it's important to note that like a lot of those gender neutral comments like are from a few months ago. I haven't heard any feedback recently about this. I think those were mostly in response to a third floor gender neutral bathroom being closed for an extended period of time at one point. Now it seems like all of the gender neutral bathrooms in the school are consistently open. But I also think I did, and this might not be correct, but I did hear that for the third floor bathroom, students have to ask a teacher for a key, or at least they used to. And I think that's kind of concerning. I think students should just be able to, who want to access gender neutral bathrooms, should be able to do that whenever they want, just like anybody who wants to use the male or the female bathrooms. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would add that this is not a simple fix. I think a lot of students are just like, please, just more gender neutral bathrooms. Logistically, like there are a finite number of bathrooms in the school, and the tricky part is balancing which of those bathrooms should be gender neutral for students and which should be reserved for teachers and staff. And there's no simple answer to that.
Thank you.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. Thank you so much for presenting. It's always nice to hear directly from the students about how things are going. I know that as committee members, it's our responsibility to sort of have a sense of what's going on in the schools and what our community wants for our schools, and for us to kind of bring those together. And I know that you have a similar responsibility on the student union. And so I guess I realize we don't have much time for this now, but I'd be really curious to hear what your views are on these topics from the perspective of being on the student union, where you are attending to and tracking many issues and understanding sort of the positions people are holding within the school. So it's sort of a next step to this piece, is I'm just sort of trying to understand the weight of these topics and what the root cause of the concerns are, so that we can really make impactful changes, or sort of wondering what the next steps are to work with this information. I think would be really helpful. I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding where this fits into the framework of what the students need at the high school, even though I do understand and hear the specific requests, figuring out what my role is in the partnership, and also wondering to what extent educators at the high school are involved in conversations or access or collaboration with you with this information. But thank you again. It's really interesting to hear.
Okay, I'll start us off. I'm sure that each of us have different answers and things to say. First thing I would say is that we are students and we talk to students. We talk to teachers and administrators, but most of our day is talking to other students. And that means pretty much entirely separate circles of communication. And that has to be understood, that although these issues, when we received these note cards, most of them were not surprising because we had already heard them or we had thought them ourselves. I now see that to you guys or to the administration, these may be surprising. So the one thing is if we bridge these circles of communication, if we have administrators and teachers and students talking to each other regularly, that might improve the problem.
Thanks, Dahlia.
I can just say this. Your original thought, from what I understood, was you would love to discuss this further, since I know this is well past our scheduled time. So what I can say is this: we can bring discussing either with you or a subcommittee, discussing these ideas further. We can bring that idea to the student union and see what the rest of our what the rest of the representatives think, and we can reach back out to you and let you know.
Thank you. Lila, anything you want to add to that? No.
I agree with everything Dahlia and Jake said, and I do think that the main issue here that kind of encapsulates everything is communication, which I think Dahlia said really well. So
thanks. Okay, any further questions? I don't see any, so thank you so much, Dahlia, Jake, and Lila. I echo what Member Goldman said. It's always so powerful to hear directly from you, so thank you so much. And so that is the end of this agenda. According to this agenda, we need to adjourn out of this meeting. Yes?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Where's my second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Goldman, seconded by Member Agna. Roll call, please, Annie, on adjourning from the Student Advisory Council meeting.
Member Robbins. I think you're muted, Member Robbins. I see your thumbs up. Okay. Member Gazy. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein. Member Stein? We'll come back to Member Stein. Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
And Member Stein, are you with us? Okay, well, that's 9 in favor.
Okay, we are adjourned out of that meeting, and we are now going to enter the April 14th Northampton School Committee meeting. Good evening, everybody. This meeting is being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking Annie once again to please take the roll.
Mayor, I'm happy to do it, but we never have done that
Oh,
before. Once the
okay.
roll is taken, we can skip it if you want, I think.
Okay, that's fine by me. I'm just following the agenda. Okay, so next on the agenda is actually my honor to present a proclamation in recognition of the Week of the Young Child. And then after that, just to give everyone a preview, we'll be entering into executive session. We will then be coming back into an open session after that executive session. But as I said, it is my honor to read this proclamation on the Week of the Young Child. So this is Brain Building in Progress Week, April 2nd to 8th, 2022, as part of the Week of the Young Child. Whereas the Week of the Young Child is an annual celebration established in 1971 by the National Association for the Education of Young Children to recognize that children's early years are the foundation for later success in school and life. And whereas the Department of Early Education and Care and its partners have declared that Massachusetts will celebrate the week as Brain Building in Progress Week. And whereas research demonstrates that more brain development occurs during a child's first 5 years than any other time in a child's life. And whereas a high quality early education nurtures a child's cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development and helps build a solid foundation for future success. And whereas investments in young children and their early education have a lifetime impact on young learners in terms of greater academic readiness and educational attainment, greater earnings, better health, reduced crime, and reduced need for social services. And whereas the Commonwealth has responded to this growing body of research by providing a strong foundation for a statewide system of high quality early education and care, and whereas the purpose of Brain Building in Progress Week is to add to this momentum by focusing public attention on the needs of young children and their families, and by recognizing the early childhood educators who meet these needs. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Gina Louise Shara, do hereby proclaim April 2nd to 8th, 2022 as Brain Building in Progress Week in Northampton and urge all citizens to recognize and support the needs of young children and their families in our city. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and imprinted the seal of the City of Northampton on April 2nd, 2022. So thank you for allowing me to read that proclamation. And I've really enjoyed reading proclamations around the Week of the Young Child at a few different locations at the Parents Center and also at the Jackson Street School last Saturday. So I've gotten some baby snuggles and I've felt very welcomed, and it's just truly my honor to celebrate that. And I see Laura Fragamini's here, and thank you to her for all of the work she does for our youngest members of Northampton.
So as a part of that, there's just a really brief update for you and for the school committee on the work that we do. Typically, when it's the Week of the Young Child and the mayor makes that proclamation, we bring the children and families to you. So we truly hope that next year we'll be in person and you will have a chance to talk with the children and families prior to the start of the school committee and the reading of the proclamation. Without that ability to do that, if I can have permission to share my screen, I have just a couple of slides so I can show you those children.
Sure thing. Annie, can you please make Laura a co-host?
And so I am Laura Fragamini. I am your preschool and partnership coordinator for the city of Northampton. And along with proclaiming it the Week of the Young Child and holding a festival, we lift up young children by bringing their artwork out of the classroom and into businesses, agencies, and City Hall. 30 community-based and public school classrooms have contributed their artwork. This reciprocal project is good for children who see their beautiful art in our city. And it's good for the adult places that host the art as foot traffic increases in the cafes, the businesses, and all throughout town. And so you'll see up in the Florence area and at the mayor's office, that work. We also support for the city, beyond celebrations, the Early Childhood Center supports young children in the work of the district. Under federal law, public schools must look for, find, and evaluate kids who have special needs. This is called Child Find. It covers all our city children from birth through 21. We do this by engaging in the community, by going out, by hosting play groups, by doing home visiting with at-risk families, providing itinerant services to reach children where they are, and hosting those events. On Saturday at that festival, we talked to so many families who are like, oh, you're the public school lady. Like, how do I connect to? We have to get out there. We then do screenings. We've increased our screenings this year, and we now are 3 times a month. You can bring your child in for a screening. We also offer these at-home screenings with the support of the Department of Early Education and Care, the Ages and Stages questionnaire. The 3 is a developmental screener, and the SE is a social and emotional screener. And this is something the parents can do. And then we call them up and talk to them about their child's development. And of course, when indicated, our NPS preschool evaluation team leader coordinates NPS staff in working with families through a comprehensive developmental evaluation. So our work is not always building based. You'll see us under the student services budget. You know, you've got your Bridge Street budget and your Leeds budget and your NHS budget, but you'll find us under the student services budget. We're out there. We're in play groups. We are in a beautiful new program at Meadowbrook is happening, and it's gaining momentum every Friday. We are at Safety Village at Northampton Parents Center, and we've just started a Kestrel Land Trust relationship where totally free program where we're hosted by a land trust person, and one of us go along and talk with families. And those are those moments where they're really asking the questions about their child's development. We also work really hard to support parents with lessons, workshops, and the early childhood educators that work with children and families. We do that with coaching, with materials for classrooms and families, books, stipends so teachers can go to those programs, subsidies for children and families to access childcare. And that's always with a universal design and learning for all needs. So diverse learners, multilingual families, and on and on. So as I was typing up my notes, I just took a moment to listen to what was happening in the Early Childhood Center. So the Early Childhood Center sits right underneath you. Northampton School Committee, the Superintendent of Schools, we're directly with the Director of Student Services and the Associate Director. We also work closely with the elementary school principals on rising kindergartner events, registration, calling every center in East Hampton, Hadley, and finding the children that are rising kindergartners for our program, census mailings. And we work with the business office on securing the grants that fund this work. And as I listened, Pam was at the front desk, our program assistant, working with a parent to help them organize their registration paperwork for preschool. Sarah, our preschool ETL, was meeting on the phone with early intervention director about the list of children every couple of weeks. Who's turning 2.6, 2.5 years old? Who's coming into the public schools? Who's ready for their transition from an IFSP, which is what early intervention calls an IEP, through the eval and eligibility process. Casey and Rebecca, the itinerant special education teacher and our speech language pathologist, were arriving back from a morning of serving children in the community-based programs. 50% of NPS's preschoolers with disabilities are served where they are in community-based programs. They were settling in for an afternoon of consults with teachers and IEP paperwork. I had just spent some time on the phone with multiple center-based childcare directors in support of our preschool partnership, working out those details that allow us to implement those services, and supporting city children's enrollment. So talking with a family, what are your needs? These are the programs we can support you enrolling into. Mandy, with the Parent Child Plus home visitors, were organizing educational materials, books, and diapers to bring to their families. All of us work in pursuit of equal opportunities for all children to access quality educational experiences during the foundational years. So thank you. We're really appreciative. We're really happy to work in this district and appreciate the support from the superintendent and school committee, right down to our youngest learners.
Thank you so much, Laura. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so we are now at the point where we're going to enter there's a request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation. If an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. So do we, and so we will be, as I said, entering into executive session. We will come back into the public session. So we will come back and have the rest of the meeting when the executive session is over. Okay, is there a motion? And then we'll figure out logistics.
I move to go to executive session.
Okay.
Second.
And remind me, do they need to read this section?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, do you have that in front of you, Gwen?
Yeah. I request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Okay, and there was a second. Was that Member Davis? Yes.
Yeah, Member Davis seconded.
Okay. So roll call, please.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Yes.
Okay, so now that we've taken the roll call, Dr. Provost, what is I haven't seen an invitation.
I'm setting it up right now. I'm going to send you all a Google Meet. So if you leave this meeting if you leave this meeting, you should be able to join the Google meeting that I'm sending you, and then we should be able to join this meeting. Annie will have to leave this meeting open on her computer so that the meeting survives, but I'll also send her an invitation so she can join us in the Google meeting.
Okay, so we are going to leave this meeting and go.
I don't know that, do we have to leave the meeting? Can we just turn our video and our mute on and go into the other meeting? Doesn't matter, I guess.
You're going to need your video and your microphone to discuss in the other meeting.
Oh, of course, right. So I won't be able to do that, but I'll be able to hear the meeting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Dr. Provost, Layla, and also Finance Director Nardi, and of course, Nick will also need that.
Okay. Only I think I may have reached a limit.
Uh-oh, we might need a new plan. What, what's your limit?
It's looking like it's stalling at 10.
I wonder if we can ask Principal Choquette, who's done it for us before, if I can transfer hosting to her and she can put us in a breakout room.
Oh, Principal Choquette can't unmute. There you go. Principal Choquette, are you there? Uh-oh, she might have walked away.
She might have walked away.
Yeah.
I see Josh Dixon.
Perhaps Josh Dixon can help us out. Josh, are you here?
Wait, he won't be able to unmute, so let me find, here we go. Oops, sorry. Sorry, unmute again, please, Josh.
Yes, I can help.
Hi.
Excellent.
Thank you. We're very grateful. Okay, so we are going to go into a breakout room. So you're going to make Josh the host, yes?
Yeah.
Should be, seems like it. Okay, so we are back now in open session. And that brings us on our agenda to public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you're calling in by, something's happening on my screen. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble raising your hand, please turn on your camera and wave at me. I'll be looking. For anyone who cannot, I see one person can't raise their hand using the reactions. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I will set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. And I ask that all but the school committee turn off your video until called upon, because only the person recognized has the floor. So I'm going to go in the order that hands are raised, and then I saw Dory also had raised their hands, so I will write that down. Starting with Kate Fontaine, please.
Good evening. My name is Kate Fontaine, and I live in Wilbraham, Massachusetts. I'm also the Unit A coordinator for the Northampton Association of School Employees. In addition, I'm also the History and Social Studies Department Chair at NHS. And I first want to thank the members of the school committee, especially the negotiating subcommittee, for their support and for their advocacy on behalf of Northampton's educators. I am speaking tonight to represent the members of Unit A and all the members of our union. It's not a secret that we're engaged in negotiating another 3-year CBA. And I think it's imperative that tonight the members of the school committee look to create and vote on a budget that allocates enough money for an appropriate raise. Let's face it,
Kate, you're frozen. Kate, if you can hear me, turn off there you go. I still can't hear you.
Did I freeze?
You did.
All right. What was the last thing that you heard me say? Oh, bottom line. Thank you.
Let's face it, the bottom line.
Thank you very much. So the bottom line is, our educators work incredibly hard and they do an incredibly important job. If it wasn't for people in education, we would literally have no other professions. And for the majority of people, the most important part of their life is their children. And every day we are entrusted with the care and education of children. And it is our responsibility to prepare kids to be citizens of the world. And educators pour their heart and soul into everything that they do. And, I really do understand that budget constraints are real, but every single member of our union and every single educator in our buildings lives with the same budget constraints. And to not offer people a reasonable raise to be able to pay their bills and continue to do the work that they love, it's just not fair. And it's actually incredibly insulting. Over the last 2 years, we've seen how essential employees are in schools. We've seen how important our education system is, not only for kids and their social and emotional development and their academic development and their social development and you name it, but also just to keep our country running. And so, I really am here to ask the school committee to do the right thing tonight and to continue to advocate for educators, because we cannot lose more good people in our buildings. And the reality is the people in the buildings fight for the children of Northampton every single day, every minute of every single day that they're in those buildings. And that's how we're going to move Northampton forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. Next is Karen Hidalgo.
I'm Karen Hidalgo. I live at 133 Barrett Street in Northampton. I'm a school counselor at Northampton High School, and I have two children in the district. And I wanted to thank the school committee for your work. And say that I was encouraged 3 years ago when we started to kind of inch towards having pay comparable to other districts. And the two things I wanted to emphasize tonight are that I'd like to see our lowest paid employees compensated better. And also, I'll speak to Unit A because I'm most familiar with that each year we lose educators from Unit A because they're having to weigh the needs of their family against needing more money, which they can still get in almost any other nearby district. So that's all I wanted to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Suzanne Strauss.
Hi, Suzanne Strauss. I live at 809 Ryan Road in Florence. I teach at Northampton High School in the English department. This is my 24th year teaching there, my 31st year teaching period. My children went to through the Northampton Public Schools, and I'm reading the Gazette today, and I see from my former colleague, Jim Bridgman, 25 years ago, teachers and their supporters, about 200 strong, marched from Northampton High School to City Hall Thursday afternoon to protest the lack of a contract. And here's the quote: "Northampton, a great place to live, but lousy to teachers," read one side, referring to a recent article in Parenting magazine that named Northampton one of the 4 best places to raise a family in the nation. And what I wanted to say is, I want to echo also, thank you to the school committee. We've had very productive and collaborative negotiations, but the reality is we need to ask for more than the mayor is willing to give. We have to do it, and we have to have them say no. I've been reading with my students in English class, Nickel and Dimed. It might be a book that you know. And in the evaluation, Barbara Ehrenreich says this at the end, which I think is worth noting. She says, "How are we supposed to feel when our lowest wage workers can't make it in America?" And here's what she says: "Guilt, you may think warily. Isn't that what we're supposed to feel? But guilt doesn't go anywhere near far enough. The appropriate emotion is shame. Shame at our own dependency, in this case, on the underpaid labor of others. When someone works for less pay than she can live on, when, for example, she goes hungry so that you can eat more cheaply and conveniently, then she has made a great sacrifice for you. She has made you a gift of some part of her abilities, her health, and her life. To be a member of the working poor is to be an anonymous donor, a nameless benefactor to everyone else." And in particular, I just want to speak to the plight of people who work with children, and particularly hands-on every day, like the ESPs, the teachers, et cetera. I don't think we should be giving anybody less who works directly with, we can't run our schools without the ESPs and the school counselors or whatever. I don't think we should be, nobody should get paid less than $30,000 who does those jobs. It's too hard, too much is asked. And, you know, I know that we have to just find the money. For the 24 years I've been in Northampton Public Schools, there's always been, we don't have it, we don't have it. And then boom, there's always a miracle at the end, and we find the money, and we want to spend $900,000 on a dog park or whatever. I think the time we really like, it is the foundational reason why people move to Northampton. The arts are in Northampton and everything. It has to do, the schools are really foundational to what we do. And I think now is the time we have to kick it in. And I hope that the school committee will not vote to just accept the budget that the mayor give, but to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Dory, am I right that you need to, you're trying to raise your hand? Okay, I'm going to go to you. There you go.
Hi, my name is Dory Graham. I am an ESP, so I'm a paraprofessional at Bridge Street Elementary School, which I love. I live at 51 Hatfield Street in Northampton, and I'm here to sound an alarm because We have lost so many truly qualified and talented people already in less than 1 year, to people being unable to feed their children, literally, unable to pay the bills. I think I have a bachelor's degree. I think I clear $21K a year. That's it. If I had a kid, I would be totally out of luck. And I just want to emphasize that I don't actually know that there's a shortage of people who want to do this job and want to do this work. I don't know. What I do know is that there is a shortage of people that can afford to financially cling by a thread at length. It's very interesting to me that we've declared a week of the young child, and I don't understand how we can do that while so devaluing those of us who are face to face with those kids every day. We are tired, we are stressed out, we don't have enough money, and this will affect our work. And I really, really am begging you, please do not push me out of a job I just started that I love, because I cannot afford to pay the bills and to cover costs that are unexpected in my life. Please, please don't make any more of us walk away from jobs that we love, from kids that we love, when we all know how important, especially early childhood, is to this week, for this week. And yet we are barely making it. And we're walking away in droves, and you're going to lose a lot more people between right now and next year if you don't do something way more than what has been presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kathleen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kathy Braden. I live at 7 Hampton Terrace in Northampton, and I'm a special ed teacher at Jackson. Tonight, I want to tell you about a good friend of mine. I grew up with her, went to the same college. She went into business, I went into social work, but at the age of 40, we both decided at the very same time to become elementary school teachers as our second careers. She's been a teacher in Middleborough, Massachusetts, not a particularly affluent community. And except for a couple of early years, I've been teaching here in Northampton. When we both started out teaching, we both made roughly the same exact amount. Here we are 20 years later, and her salary is on the order of 25% higher than mine. So you may say you can't compare Middleborough to Northampton. We've heard that sort of excuse lots and lots of times. You can't compare Northampton to this city. You can't compare Northampton to that city. Well, here's the thing. As you well know, in the last public record, when all of the 290 or so school districts in Massachusetts are listed in order of average salary, Northampton was 15th from the bottom. So however you want to compare us, 275 districts or so pay more to their teachers than Northampton. In comparison with even districts even remotely the size of Northampton, Northampton is dead last in the state of Massachusetts every year running in what it pays its teachers. That's the comparison we need to consider. That's a straightforward comparison. For a community which values liberalism and education, it is nothing short of shameful. And I feel like you know that. Unlike the last school committee negotiating team, where we had to sort of demean ourselves and fight tooth and nail to get a raise, even after earning an average of only 1% salary increase over 10 years. From what I'm seeing and hearing, I believe that this perhaps school committee gets it, and that you know the difference between talk and real support. I believe you have the ability to look at the average increase in school staff salary, the flat line that it pretty much is, and overlay it onto the average increase in city reserves for the same time period, and see and say something is not right with this picture. So I urge you to be brave and conscionable and bring to the mayor and the city council not the budget that they asked you for, but the budget that sends a clear message to all that the school committee and the teachers and educators together are working to overcome all and any obstacles and be united in a way to create a district that's worthy of our values. And I especially want to thank you for listening, and thank you to each and every person that is working and supporting the school this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andrea Ajido.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Annie, if you can give me the opportunity to share my screen, if that would be all right with the committee. My name is Andrea Ajido. I live in Florence. I teach at Ryan Road Elementary School, and I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees. I first feel it's really important for me to mention that it felt really disrespectful that the committee decided to go into executive session before hearing the voices of your educators. Was it in the hopes that we would go away? Because we're not going away. And we're here to speak on many of the same topics that we've been speaking about for years. Since you are all still remote and may not have gotten a chance to see our standout today, I thought I would share some highlights with you. We hope that it won't be necessary this time around to take the same actions that we took 3 years ago. But rest assured, we will if we need to. We won't back down. And we won't step away until we get the respect that we deserve, until we get a decent cost of living increase and a living wage for all of our employees. I'm going to play a short video for you once I can get it enlarged. And I hope you'll be able to hear it well. Thank you for your time, and I hope that this committee will find the courage to vote a budget in that pays our employees fairly and doesn't have any cuts to our bare bones district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Churchill Windsor.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Churchill Windsor. I live in South Deerfield, Massachusetts, but I'm a 6th grade special education teacher at JFK Middle School. I'm also the Professional Rights and Responsibilities Chair for NACE. I've been asked to read a letter tonight from Trina Rauscher of Florence. She is not able to be here tonight as she is working a second job to scrape together a living wage for her family. Dear School Committee, Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am writing to express my concerns over the proposed changes to the 6th grade teams at JFK. I am apprehensive about the suggestion that the change from 3 teams to 2 teams would bring forth a reduction in subject preps, which has, as an aside, has been suggested as the reason to do this is to give us 6th grade special education teachers less planning time. Currently, the 6th grade teachers have 3 subjects that they prepare for. One of the main subjects, which is either math, science, or social studies. 2, they plan for ELA, and 3, they plan for reading. The proposed changes would eliminate the ELA prep. However, once you eliminate this 3rd prep, the 6th grade teachers will now be required to prepare for Flex. At this time, Flex is not a prep for 6th grade because we already have 3 subjects to prepare for, which is the most you can prepare for under our contract. The belief that you would reduce the preps is simply not true. You would only be replacing one prep with another. In addition, you are increasing the number of students each teacher is now responsible for by enlarging team numbers from approximately 70 to 100. The 6th grade teacher's job will become more difficult, not easier, with this change. That is from Trina Rauscher, a 6th grade special education teacher at JFK. Also, for me personally, I'd like to note that I had the opportunity to view the most recent budget and property subcommittee meeting, and I was shocked to hear members of the school committee speak about how much money they had in their back pockets that they hadn't mentioned to us yet, which is what they considered to be their best and final offer. It was shocking that they noted how happy they were that there were few members of the public at the meeting. So they felt they didn't need to be careful with what they were saying. It was unexpected to hear them ask for certain items to be left off the record during this meeting. I recommend that anyone out there who's interested in hearing how the school committee discusses the budget and how it relates to our school employees, you should go and see that video. It is very, very telling as to how they feel about us. It's very, very discouraging to hear that they were saying things such as, I'm glad the public's not here to hear this. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jen Lucine.
Hey there, I am Jen Lucine and I live in East Hampton, but I teach kindergarten at Jackson Street. I don't really know what to say to you all tonight. I thank the members of the school committee that were part of the budget process. I was able to be a part of the last negotiation meeting and felt moved and sad by what happened there. And I felt like you all were moved and sad by the experience as well. Hearing how little money there is being offered in this budget and how frustrated you feel with what you can't offer us. So I guess I come tonight feeling confused because I feel like there is money in this city and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like, Mayor, there's millions in relief money that this city has access to, and I feel confused as to why that isn't being offered to create a livable wage for school employees. I believe that the school committee knows that we need more. I believe that the school committee knows that we deserve more. So I don't know why you can't give us more. I think the National Educational Secretary, Miguel Cardona, has said that this relief money should be prioritized towards schools. He has a great concern about teacher burnout and teacher turnover and not having enough teachers. And I think others have spoken tonight about the teacher loss of teachers, ESPs, people who work in our schools, and that teacher shortage is very real. And if you want to keep teachers, if you want to keep ESPs, if you want to keep nurses, if you want to keep custodial staff, if you want to keep clerical staff, then we need more money. So I just asked the members of the school committee, like others have, to have courage tonight to put forth a budget that allocates funds appropriately so that we can all have a livable wage. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you. Next is Kira Henninger. Can you unmute? Oh, sorry. Try again. You're in. Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to turn my video on too. My name is Kira Henninger. I live in East Hampton, and I am the school psychologist at Leeds. The school administration and school committee has had many discussions over what budget cuts to make. The school committee has also proposed meager increases to all 7 chapters of our association. In these discussions, no one wants to cut these positions. They would keep these positions if they could. The phrase that is repeated over and over is, "We just don't have the money." I do not accept that response. According to the mayor's financial trends and projections document, there is approximately $19 million in reserve money. Northampton has the highest bond rating in Western Mass. An excerpt from the 2021 bond rating document states, overall, in our opinion, Northampton is conservative in its management and budgeting practices. This leads one to believe that $19 million is actually not necessary to keep in reserves. One way reserve money can be used to provide financial stability is when there is a change in state revenue. In Dr. Provost's budget presentation, we see that Chapter 70 state funding has not increased in 20 years. Operational costs, student needs, and personnel expenses have all increased in the last 20 years, yet the state funding has not, resulting in a change of state revenue that we had previously depended on. This is exactly what the reserve fund is meant to support. I urge the school committee members to pass a budget tonight that does not include cuts to staff positions. I urge the school committee to pass a budget that includes a fair wage for all Northampton school employees. As stated in the Mass School Committee Code of Ethics, it is your primary responsibility is to the children. In the midst of a global pandemic and the layered impact it had on children's social, emotional, and academic well-being, it is your responsibility to advocate for all children. How can it be in their best interest to take supports away from them when they are most needed? How can it be in their best interest to cause the people who take care of them emotional and financial stress? Teacher and staff emotional distress and burnout is not imagined. The April 2022 National Education Association published an article titled Beyond Burnout. The article states that 55% of educators are thinking about leaving the profession. It further reports that teachers feel undervalued, stressed, and overworked. This is not just a national crisis. This is a local crisis right here in Northampton School District. The article also polled NEA members for potential solutions, and the number one thing noted was to raise educator salaries. One last note, public schools are supposed to be the great equalizers in society. They're supposed to create equal access to learning for all. However, if you do not put forth a fully funded school budget to mitigate the impact of COVID on learning, socialization, and mental health, all students will suffer, but the students that will suffer the most are those in the most vulnerable populations. One last statement. On the night that we celebrate our young children, let's do more than celebrate them. Let's pass a budget that supports them, their educators, and their educational future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leah Beltran.
Hello, my name is Leah Beltran, and I am from Florence. I am a former student of Northampton High School and from the class of 2019. Today, I'm here to support our teachers. I understand how vital our teachers and employees are to supporting the needs of our students. Teachers are so important, and if their needs and wages are not met, it creates difficulties to be able to uplift students if they do not have the resources themselves. If we do not listen and support our educators, then we will not be able to help our students and our teachers and the employees of Northampton, and they deserve wages that allow them to live their lives. Educators are the backbone of society. My personal experience with my teachers and employees of Northampton High School has been positive and amazing, and I'm truly and eternally grateful for them. And I know that there's been and is so much hard work that is being done throughout the district. Teachers work so hard in and outside of school, and the work that they do is not reflected in their pay. Increased wages and a budget that allows for teachers and employees to succeed within their lives and as professionals is so essential. Listening and taking action is fundamental to help our teachers, our students, and our community. The teachers and employees deserve higher pay and respect. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Miss Val.
Hi, my name is Valerie Padolick. I work at Bridge Street Elementary. I live in Plainfield, Mass. I have been an ESP at Bridge Street for just about 4 years now. The short story is I work in the flex space, and it's with some of our most challenging students in the building. This year I was able to sign up to be paid throughout the summer. I should be making approximately whatever my step raise is. It's about $3 more than what I began making per hour. Because I opted to get paid throughout the summer, I now make $1.50 and some change less than what I started making as an ESP, just so that I can get paid throughout the summer. So that's just a tiny little snippet of the fairness that the ESPs are feeling from the district. So we finally are able to get paid throughout the summer if you've been there for more than 3 years. But what they don't tell you is that you don't actually get your hourly wage. They're going to just stretch it out. So it's just makes my entire month, every single time, every paycheck that I get is now less, $1.50 less than what I started making 4 years ago. Just something to chew on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Simone Laplante.
Hi, my name is Simone Laplante. I live at 53 West Street in Northampton, and I attended Northampton Public Schools from kindergarten through 12th grade, and I am a product of the Northampton Public School system. So obviously something was done right because I'm back here and I'm teaching 3rd grade in the same elementary school that I attended. And I want to say that Northampton is magic. Jackson Street was magical, and I have so many special memories and moments attending these schools. And with this heartfelt monologue, you'd think I was born here, but I actually moved here when I was 5, a couple months before kindergarten started, and you all were my first and most meaningful community. I actually went back to Jackson Street School to do an internship my senior year of high school. I was in Miss Jen's kindergarten, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to be a teacher. This is what I'm going to do. The magic is back. The magic I felt in this school and when I interact with children. But when I went off to college at Westfield State, and when COVID struck, my options were no practicum or homework helpline. So I decided to forge my own path, and I reached out to my first community, which is you all. You all were my first community. And I emailed everybody. I think the title was Student Teacher in Need of a Classroom. And I completed my student teaching with Kristen McHugh last year, and I was hired for the 3rd grade position over the summer, which I was extremely grateful for. And even though I went to college, and even though I had all kinds of experiences where I felt that I was grown up, I moved out, I did all these wonderful things. I really grew up the moment I came back to this system, and I saw how educators were being treated. So the magic cultivated by my teachers, it didn't fade. However, I'm really deeply hurt by the treatment of educators and school employees in Northampton. Sorry. I just think it's hurtful to see what you have put up with for so long and how you really, you know, put it to the side and did what was right for your students. And obviously it was done well because I'm back and I'm here. I'm here and I'm fighting for this. So I have so much respect for the members of this community who raised me into the strong advocate I am today. I'm an advocate for my students. I'm an advocate for any marginalized community, but I'm still pretty hurt. So I just want to say, with the effort and literal blood, sweat, and obviously tears, which I'm crying right now, that we put into our work, that everyone in all of the buildings put into their work, I just think, I know we deserve a fair wage. I also want to say that the most representation my students of color and my marginalized students see is in the ESP population, at least from what I've seen and what I identify and empathize with in my school in Jackson Street. And with the ESPs being driven away in droves by the unfair treatment, I just want us to think, like, what does that tell our Black and Brown students and any student outside of the dominant culture? Because it doesn't feel good to me. And I want you to think about how this feels to them when they don't have the words. I mean, maybe they have the words, but they're not quite sure what they're feeling. But it's there. It's there, especially in a predominantly white community that we are. I personally,
Simone, can you wrap up your thought?
Yep, I personally will be on this ship as long as I can hold on. But with the teacher loss we're experiencing, I am not enough. Please give us a fair wage. And I'm just going to end with the Jackson Street School rules, which I recommend we think about, is to be safe, be kind, be respectful, try your best, and play fair. And I hope that's something we can all do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maria Silva.
Okay. Hi, I've been working at Bridge Street, and I love the school. I work for the pre-K. And I am actually moving on to another job because I am not able to make enough to support my family. But I also felt like I needed to come and advocate for the other because there's a lot of things that when you take the job, you don't think about and they don't inform you, like not getting paid for certain holidays, all the different breaks that we get. And I'm not sure how our people are expected to survive and still stay faithful to the job and to the students if they can't even provide basic needs for their family. So that was my main concern I wanted to bring up. Also, I find that the timesheets are not always fair. They're very confusing, and somehow you're not getting paid for the time you're putting into the job. And I don't understand why. I moved from Oregon, and I find that the ESPs were treated with respect. They were a big part of the community of the school, and they were respected. And I feel like that's not something I got when, not from the teacher, but by how we were treated and how we are paid. So I hope that changes, because Northampton's a great community. That's why I had picked it in the first place, because I have a teenager and I thought it would be a great place to raise him. But if I can provide basic needs for him, I can't stay here, which is really sad. And I love what I do. And I feel like I'm moving, not because I want to, I'm moving because I need to survive. And it shouldn't be that way coming from Northampton, because I'm actually moving to Springfield to work and get paid for vacations and still be able to make a living. So that's just what I wanted to share with the group. And I wish all the teachers and all the ESL the best of luck. They deserve it. They're amazing. And the kids need them. They really need them. And we need to be respected and supported by Northampton community. We need to talk the walk and walk the talk, not just, I don't know. I was very shocked, to be honest. So I wish everybody the best of luck getting what they need.
Thank you. Next is Evan Lebeau.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Evan Lebeau. I am a graduate of the Northampton school system. I graduated last year. And I just want to, and I'm a resident of East Hampton. I was a school of choice student because my mom's a teacher in this district. I first wanted to say a huge heartfelt thank you to every single teacher of mine that is on this call tonight. You are the people that made me who I am today. All of these amazing educators that I am so grateful to have been taught by and to have learned from, and that made me the person I am today and the advocate I am for myself, and to have the courage and the personal being to be able to come here and speak tonight again. I was here 3 years ago for this exact same reason, and I'm so frustrated by the fact that I had to come back here again, because after these past 2 years, haven't we all seen the remarkable actions of our teachers? Haven't we seen how they have put so much of themselves into their work, into the students of this district, to give them the best shot they could during a pandemic? After all of that, can you find some more respect to give them and give them a fair contract? It makes me so frustrated that this is the constant fight. And I understand that there are restraints with the budget, but at a certain point, you just gotta respect these amazing people that go to work every single day and dedicate themselves to making the best community for their students and for the greater Northampton and Western Mass and world community. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next is Dinah Mack.
Hi, I'm on my phone, so I just need to get my video going. Hi, my name is Dinah Mack. How fitting to get to speak after Evan, who is one of the most inspiring students I've ever had in Northampton. Thank you, Evan, and I can't actually say anything better than Evan just did. I just wanted to speak tonight just to honor all of the educators and school staff in Northampton. 3 years ago, I was on the negotiating team and was a union officer at the time. And we were going around and around and around and around trying to get a minuscule raise for the cafeteria workers. I think it was like a quarter to bring them up to a living wage. And it was just unbearable, the fight for this living wage and watching the exploitation of these workers in the district. And it was at that moment that I realized I really couldn't work for the city anymore. And I did resign. I was a teacher for 16 years at JFK, a place that I absolutely adored. So shout out to all the JFK teachers out there. And I miss you all. And I just got to a place, it was like late at night, we were in the library, we're going round and around, just trying to get a living, decent wage for people who hold up the schools in the city. And so I'm not a part of the negotiating team this year. I'm not teaching at JFK anymore. And I guess I'm the face of one of those teachers that have left the district. And it was really a very hard decision for me. And it was really an ethical and moral decision for me. I just really, my heart couldn't do it anymore. I adore the students in Northampton. That is what kept me in Northampton for so long. But witnessing the exploitation of the people that are holding up the schools just got to a point where I just couldn't take it in my spirit anymore. So at the time, 3 years ago, it was this rainy day fund, and it was the same thing. There was this huge cushion. And at the time we were told, like, we can't touch this cushion. We can't touch this cushion. And now there's a $19 million cushion. And, this whole idea of like waiting for this rainy day when it is beyond raining, it's pouring, and witnessing what these teachers, including myself, did for the past 2 years, just like Evan just said, to end this pandemic period. We're not even done with it, but to just go through the past 2 years and now to witness the workers in Northampton in the schools having to fight again, and hearing Suzanne Strauss read a 25-year-old newspaper with the same fight, Groundhog Day. So I'm really, I know it's very difficult, and I know everyone is working as hard as they can. And I just want to give a shout out to all of the school staff and the negotiating team, and also all of the people on the school committee who are working hard to figure this out. But please figure it out. Thank you very much. And I hope to read some good news. And I really thank you to Northampton.
Thank you. Okay, next is Soledad.
Hello, how are you? Good evening. It's an honor for me to be here, Mayor. As you can tell, I'm an immigrant. I came to America not too long ago. And as I have been told, if you go to college here and if you go and get all your degrees, you will make a good life in America. Well, unluckily, in my case, I did all what I was required to do. And when I interviewed for a job at Bridge Street, at my ESP at Bridge Street, I have been told that after all my degrees, they will give me $16 an hour. So I hear all these people asking for more money, and I'm here to ask you, because if you go to my school where I work and you can ask about my job, I think I'm doing a pretty good job. And I'm like this close to leave my job too, just because I think I deserve better, because I have 2 kids. I just have like a newborn baby. And when I went to maternity leave, I didn't get paid anything because I make $32 hours a week. So I don't deserve family leave. So I want to ask you, because everybody's, what would you do if you were in my position and somebody told you you will make $16 an hour because that's what you deserve? Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next is Paula Regano Murray.
Hi, I'm Paula Regano Murray. I live at 45 Finn Street in Northampton. I am a Northampton taxpayer. I am a para-educator at Northampton High School, and I am the Unit C chapter co-coordinator for NACE. I was asked tonight if I would read a letter from a former Bridge Street ESP who recently left. And I think I can answer Soledad's question with what would Owen do? Owen says, I worked at Bridge Street School preschool for almost 3 years, had my last day of work there about a week ago. Now I'm a lead teacher at another preschool. I loved a lot of things about working at Bridge Street and would likely have stayed if I felt more valued and we were not always so understaffed. There were a lot of ways we were not treated as though we were valued, and many of them are not concrete enough to point to easily. But pay is a clear, concrete example. There is no question to me that ESPs deserve higher pay. The school simply can't run without us. There has hardly been a point in the school year where preschool has been fully staffed, which affects all the classrooms, and very qualified potential applicants turn down the job after hearing the pay rate. Being understaffed makes it much harder to keep the kids safe, much less actually teach them. I was getting exhausted trying to do the work of multiple people and just make sure no one got hurt and teach in any available moment as well. Appropriate staffing is important in any preschool, but particularly in an inclusion special education setting where so many kids need more support. We deserve appropriate, generous compensation for our skills and our work. and the kids deserve so much better than having a continually changing rotation of exhausted adults working with them, a situation that's a pretty direct result of the low ESP pay rates and the resulting understaffing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Roz Chapman.
Hi, I'm Roz Chapman. I'm a caregiver of 2 at Jackson Street School. I live in Northampton. And I wanted to speak up tonight, and I thank the school committee for the opportunity to do that in support of our teachers and our educators. I'm going to ask you guys to make paying educators a priority, to find the funding and to stop the crazy. Yeah. I mean, we heard 25 years ago. This has been an ongoing conversation. Put education first. Put our teachers first and put funding of our schools first. We know how important that is in our systems. I know you have a lot of priorities to weigh, but it's really important that I think you hear from a caregiver in the community, because I know there's a lot of others who couldn't make the meeting tonight who share similar views. So I want to ask you to find the funding, to take the risk, to find the balance, to move the money, to do the right thing, to pay our teachers living wages and or competitive wages, so we don't continue to lose the talent that is so caring and so nurturing of all of our kids. I think, it's shameful as a member of our community to think that we're not paying our educators a fair or living wage or a competitive wage, that we're having them year after year or every 3 years have to make really tough decisions about what they do with their careers. And I'm ashamed of that as a caregiver and as a Northampton resident. I just think about Maya Angelou, and when she talks about when people show you who they are, believe them. I really hope that you, school committee, tonight show us, that you want to put education first, and that you want to fund our schools and fund our educators with living wages and competitive wages that are going to keep our community and our students and our teachers and all of our educators and our schools thriving. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And next is Miss Liz.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I can't seem to get my video on. Great. Yeah. So I just came, so my name is Liz. I teach 4th grade at Bridge Street School and I live in Montague. And I just came to this realization watching part of this meeting that if you're not a teacher or a school worker or an admin, you may not have been inside a school in 2 years. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that we're not getting fair wage offerings because you don't realize how amazing we are because you haven't been inside a school for 2 years. So I thought I would remind you all a little bit about the incredible work that is happening inside of our schools in Northampton. So I can only speak to Bridge, but the folks that I work with there, from the downstairs to the 3rd floor, from the teachers to the ESPs, to the folks in the cafeteria, to the custodians, everyone does their best work. They love the students. They love your children. And they work knowing they're not going to be paid the rate that they should be for the hours they put in beyond those punch in, punch out hours, beyond those 8 to 3 hours that we're paid for. And so I just thought, maybe you don't know. And I just want to tell you a little bit more. There's folks who bring food in for students. There's folks who stop at a garage sale because they saw something that they know a student of theirs will enjoy to work for. There's folks who, sit after school and talk for 20 minutes about student work. And so I just thought maybe you didn't realize that. And so maybe now that you know that, you're enlightened and you'll be like, oh, I forgot how amazing everybody in Northampton is. And so let's just give them what they deserve. And I just had one more realization as well. When there was a little bit of trouble getting into breakout rooms and stuff, I just thought about, oh yeah, I remember when we did that for, a whole year as remote teachers. And I think that maybe teachers were one of the only types of worker who had to completely change the delivery of their product and just expect to do it without really any compensation, or even now 2 years later, clear respect for how difficult that was. I just feel like 2 years in, this is a great time for you to say, teachers, we realize what you had to go through working hybrid, getting food to kids on, delivering food when schools were closed. And we recognize that, and we want to make sure that we show you how valuable you are. So try to get back into a school if you can. I think maybe we're allowed to have visitors again, and remind yourself about what great stuff is happening.
Thank you. And last is admin HCG. Can you state your name, please?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, for some reason I can't get my video on and couldn't change my name. This is Annie Salsick. So I live in Northampton. I have a son at Bridge Street in 4th grade. So shout out to Miss Liz. You're not my kid's teacher, but I've heard great things about you, and all the teachers there are great. So I'll keep this really brief because I know there have been a lot of comments, but I'm one of many coordinators from Racial Equity and Learning, and just want to show solidarity for the educators, for everyone who spoke, and particularly to echo the comments that have been made about who is going to bear the brunt of these cuts the most, both at the staff level, knowing what the teacher from Jackson Street, sorry, I'm forgetting your name, talked about how young kids of color seeing people who look like them as ESPs and sort of the lowest funding positions not being able to stay and leaving. And the kids themselves bearing the brunt of young people who we know have been affected by systemic racism for years in our country, who, when cuts like this are made, are going to feel the hit the most, who don't have extra outside resources to cushion that. And I'm really worried that we're going to lose students. The public school system is already a tenuous one. We're all trying to rally people and market it and get people to not do charter schools, not go to private schools. And moments like this are going to make it really much harder to do that. So as a real coordinator and member, I just want to show great love and respect and support for all the educators and staff and the teachers. Thank you for speaking out tonight.
Thank you, Annie. Okay, I don't see any further hands. I'm just doing a quick look through. While I'm looking, Josh, I want to thank you for holding the meeting for us while we're in executive session. I meant to thank you before. Okay, I don't see anyone else. So thank you everyone for your comments. And we will move on to the next item on our agenda, although that is supposed to be announcements, and I'm going to ask the committee if you would allow me to move up Lila and the student representative report, since it's so late, and let her do, okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. So Lila, I'm looking for you if you're ready. We could do the report now, or maybe you stepped away.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. Is that okay if you want to do the student representative report now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do you need to share your screen?
No.
Okay, great. You have the floor.
Okay. I don't really have a huge report tonight, so I'll just be brief. And I know this is going to be a really long meeting for you all. But I guess the two things that I wanted to talk about, firstly, just I spoke about this a little bit at SAC, but the recent kind of like personnel issues and the school environment is it's been really difficult for students, and the lack of communication within the school and the district about kind of the status of leadership has been very apparent. Most students don't really know what's going on, and I think they deserve more information. And I just want to make that really clear that, yeah, just that we deserve to know what's going on, and we don't right now, and we deserve to have our voices heard about what's happening. And then the second thing is just that as the student representative, I want to say that supporting teachers is supporting students and our futures. And the school employees in this district are incredible, and kind and caring and amazing. And I just want to let you all know that your hard work does not go unnoticed. And the fact that you make this kind of an impact on the lives of so many students without adequate support is so admirable. But no school employee should have to do all of this amazing work without even a living wage. That's just unacceptable. And yeah, so just as the student representative, I just really want to voice my support for every school employee in this district. They are the foundation of this entire city, and they deserve so much more than what they're getting right now. And they're incredible. That's all I have to say tonight.
All right, thanks so much, Lila, for that. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us back to announcements. I'm looking to see if any school committee members have announcements. Member Gazy. Can't hear you. Oh, hold on. Do you need to be made a Annie, can you make Member Gazy a co-host? She seems to have lost her co-hostingness. You should be able to unmute. There you go.
Phew. I just want to quickly give a shout out to Families with Power. This is a new book written by one of our teachers, Mary Cowie. And it is stories about grassroots family and community engagement in the Jackson Street school community. It includes topics like morning math club, the Arabic community club, and family reading parties. There is a book launch for this book on May 10th at the Florence Civic Center, where the families and the author will be there. You can buy books at the event or at Broadside Book Store, and portions of this go to support a new Families with Power scholarship. And I don't know if you can see, but those are some of our students that are on the cover. It's nicely illustrated. It's a great little thing. Very proud of Mary and the Families with Power. Thank you.
Thanks for that great announcement. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to recommended actions. So I will read through the items. If there's no discussion on this, it's the consent agenda. So if there's anything that needs discussion, request that it be removed, please. So the items are approval of minutes from school committee on March 10th, special school committee meeting on March 17th, and the school committee budget meeting on March 24th. Acceptance of donations. They are the Sean R. Dunphy Scholarship Award of $1,500 annually for the lacrosse seniors, and Michael T. Ahern Scholarship Award of $2,000 for 2 NHS Golf Club graduating seniors. Budget transfers, part-time therapy, and after-school program to additional institutional pay, $22,500, local tuition budget to special education instructional hardware, $10,000, local tuition budget to special education evaluations, $90,000, local tuition budget to special education tutors contracted, $18,326. Field trips, NHS bike trip to Mount Greylock and back, that's June 9th to 12th, and NHS to Fenway Park, May 27th. Memoranda of agreement, assessments MOA, Y Santos MOA, preschool ESP MOA, and sick bank MOA, and subcommittee referrals, policy section D, to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a removal?
Yes, I believe that our clerk had said that the minutes were not available. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Apologies. All those three, those 3 minutes? Okay, so scratch the minutes, but everything else. Thank you for that. I do remember seeing that now.
Then I will also make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded by Member Davis. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes. Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shaw,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
and Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, that's been approved, and we are moving on to reports and recommendations. First up, rules and policy. Member Gazy.
We would like to move for first reading on, where's my list of policies here that I put out? The rules of procedure, AC, which is the non-discrimination, and ACR, which is a brand new policy from 1221 from MASC. ACAB, which is the sexual harassment one. That's the one that Attorney Layla has been vetting for us and working on a lot. BDB, the school committee officers of the school committee. ADDA and ADDAR, which are, oh gosh, which are those? Does anybody remember?
Which one?
ADDA is,
I have ADA, School District Goals, and oh no, that's, sorry.
ADDA is the Corey requirements. And we want to strike ADA because that is something that we have to address in as a school committee with a mission statement, and we can't really take over that. That's a whole a retreat. And then the last one is BDE, which is the subcommittees of the school committee. And we have gone through as the committee, and do I need to go through and point out all the little changes that we made, or can you just look at what you can look in our folder that we will send you, and you can see on the side all the changes that we have made. That's it, I think.
Thanks. Dr. Provost, did you?
I just wanted to point out that although the subcommittee has worked on all of those, only the rules of procedure, AC, ACAB, and BDB were actually posted for first readings tonight. So those other ones should probably be on the next agenda.
Okay.
First readings at that time.
Sorry about that. It seemed like we've been working for a long time. I thought they were ready.
We have.
Okay, so do we need a motion? Oh,
think-
sorry. Member Seraphy Cox, I didn't know if your hand was still up or up anew.
It was up anew. I'll make a motion, but I also have something to say. So my motion would be to, well, actually, I don't think that we need a motion because these are first readings.
That's
The
right.
motions would be next time. But my one clarification is that Member Gazy said that something about a policy being from MASC,
And I just wanted to clarify to the public that that has nothing to do with masking, that is the MASC, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, who recommends legally vetted changes to our district policies. So just to clarify that.
Good clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, so we don't need a motion, so we can now just move on to the next one. We are set. Okay, moving on to budget and property. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Budget and property doesn't have any announcements in this section of the meeting. We'll be discussing the budget in the new business part of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Levy, did you have?
Yeah, sorry, I was having trouble getting my hand up fast enough. I actually just had a question for the Rules and Policy Subcommittee about policy ADA, School District Goals and Objectives. I wasn't sure what feedback you're looking for from us, but I'm not seeing any changes. So I wasn't sure what it is you're looking for from us. Maybe I'm not seeing changes because I didn't download it.
I see the superintendent's hand.
Yeah, Dr. Provost.
I can speak to that. The recommendation is to strike that. MASC no longer has a policy, ADA recommended, so that's why there are no changes.
Got it. Thanks. So we're getting rid of it.
That's the recommendation, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so that brings us to actually back to you, Member Levy, for superintendent evaluation.
Oh. Well, this committee has not met.
Member
yet.
Levy, I apologize. I don't know how your name got put on there at this point, so I apologize.
Me neither. I was wondering that too. At some point, this committee will meet, it looks like in June. And at that point, it will establish a chair and figure out the process.
Okie doke. Thanks. Curriculum, Member Robbins.
Thank you. We have had our third meeting and we're still really excited at growing the foundation and structure. We've had really good attendance from teachers and administrators. At our last meeting, we had a wonderful presentation from the 6th grade, again at JFK, who presented the actually intergrade project that they did on Her Story, which was a gallery walk about women's history that students were really well prepared for. We had a great video presentation by the grant recipient, Regis Chandler, who did a really good job of sharing with us not just what that experience was like, but also the resources that were made available to every teacher and every student in the school, that all of the children participated. They had an introduction of what it was like to be in a living museum or a museum that they could give feedback to. They did reflections in their library circles. It was very impressive, and great thanks to all the teachers and students at JFK who participated in that, a real example of integrated learning. We also met about what we will be thinking about using as a process in hearing about the math curriculum and embedded honors, and about standards-based grading, which are the two topics which have been referred to our committee. We've decided, I think, to come back and really use basically what we call a success protocol in looking at what's working well with both of those, and what questions do we have, and how can we support teachers in being able to move forward with what works well and change what they feel does not work well. So all in all, kudos to people who attended. I look forward to some really great discussions. They've been very deep and informative thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh,
Sorry.
Levy. Yeah.
Don't we have a document that we need the school committee's approval on?
It's I believe that's later. Yeah, later.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Member Seraphy Cox, is your hand up or not up? Okay. Member Agna.
I'm just asking for a brief recess to give everybody a little chance to stretch for a minute. It will be brief for Shall we say 5 minutes?
Yep, let's do 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, and then
Thank you.
after that, you're up, Nick. Thank you. with the business administrator report. Thanks.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'll be brief tonight, as certainly the vote on the budget is the centerpiece of this meeting. But my monthly business administrator's report is as follows. Included in your packet is a year-to-date appropriation report, which is current as of March 31st. As always, I'm continuing to work with administrators and directors to prepare the needed transfers, and, you know, as well as monitoring the spending of our, not only our local budget, but also our grant funds as well. As you approved some larger transfers in the consent agenda, the trend will likely be that way as the rest of the year, you know, continues, as well as we, you know, pretty soon we'll begin our closing and end of year processes, believe it or not, even though there's, you know, over 2 months left in the fiscal year. Those processes really begin after next year's budget is voted on. At next month's meeting, I will be asking the committee's permission to do the needed transfers in order to close out the year. My understanding is historically that was asked in May, as some of the transfers will likely be over $10,000, and there's only 2 meetings in between now and the end of the fiscal year. So it's not really possible to bring them all to the committee. So my understanding is in the past, that's what has been done. So I will be bringing that request to the committee a month from now. Number 2, we were recently approved for the Summer Food Service Program EATS grant in the amount of $9,550. Little lower than what we wrote the grant for, but they cut the program's funding across the entire state, so everybody got a little bit less, but we still got approved for quite a bit, which is good. That's been a very helpful grant for our community over the last couple of years. There were no gifts valued at less than $1,000 donated in March. And also in your packet is a copy of the 3 bill warrants that Member Agna approved during the month of March. If there are no questions, I can move on to the personnel report. Okay. Not too much activity in March. We had 6 new hires across the district, and only 2 separations, and no transfers. So very little activity in the month of March here. Our demographics in terms of our separations, both of our the people who separated in March were female and Caucasian. For the year, we're now up to 59 total separations as of March 31st. 76.3% of those were female, 22% male, 1.7% were non-binary, 84.7% of those folks who separated were Caucasian, 3.4% were Black, 5.1% were Asian, 5.1% were Hispanic, and 1.7% of them identified as both white and Hispanic. Our current vacancies, we currently have a 1-to-1 RN vacancy at Bridge Street School. We have, well, when I wrote this, 3 ESPs at Bridge Street, but I did fill out paperwork for 2 new hires there as of today. So that would be down to 1. At Jackson Street School, we have a vacant secretarial position. At Leeds, we have a vacant RN position. None at Ryan Road. At JFK, we have 0.5 PE teacher that's been vacant all year. A math interventionist that's been vacant for almost the entire year. And currently 6 ESP vacancies there. At the high school, we have the psychologist vacancy that's been vacant since September, as well as 2 custodians. And then for district-wide positions, we still have a floating custodian position that's not filled, as well as 1 crossing guard. So that is my personnel report for the month of March.
Excellent. Thank you, Nick. Any questions? Seeing none, Dr. Provost, we can move on to the superintendent's report.
Thanks very much. Okay. So I want to start by giving you an update on the library renovation project at the high school. The design concept has changed slightly, as you can see here from this drawing, if you compare it to the last drawing, though flexible use of space continues to be a core component of the planning. Fundraising plans continue with a possible bowling night coming up and a potential author illustrator night in the future. I'll continue to keep the committee updated as this exciting project continues. When I was presenting the data related to the Sabre screener, there was a request for some more qualitative information about what staff are seeing at school. And I said I might have some additional information to share. The observations I'm about to read to you came from participants in a mindfulness class Rebecca Alessi is offering for our staff. These responses were generated using a gratitude protocol that is part of our Leading Together work. So there was an intentional focus on the positive rather than an attempt to capture the full range of things staff were observing. However, given the power that regressive forces such as disillusionment, cynicism, and distrust have gained over 2 years of the pandemic and economic and geopolitical disruptions, I think it's important to elevate the positive. So here are some student-centered responses that our staff gave when asked about a moment of kindness they experienced in the week. A student went out of her way to include a new student in a game at recess. A student helped to de-escalate an emotional event. Or simply, a student holding a younger student's hand to get on the bus. I think that's why it's so critical during this time of recovery that we're back in person, that students are able to reach out in those ways that were just described to demonstrate kindness to each other. I think of all the hurts that were lost over the past year of the shutdown. I think it was moments like that that students have missed the most, and I'm glad they're back. I want to highlight a couple of things that we're looking at to make our homeschool communication practices more consistent and to reduce barriers in our system of accessing information, which are 2 objectives from goal 1 of our district improvement plan. So first, this year we're making a change to our bus pass notification system that we hope will increase accessibility for our families. We have traditionally relied on US mail, which always seems to result in some families missing the information or incurring late registration fees. There are also a number of families who do not like to put information in the mail, so they choose to come down to the office to fill out paperwork, which can lead to parking issues and additional costs. So this summer we plan to try a fully electronic registration system that'll be sent to our current families by our talking points as sort of a draft of what it'll look like. It's an experiment to see if this will be more responsive for our families, if it will give them an easier way of completing the transportation pass. And again, thinking about what's really responsive to the needs of young families these days, I think it may well be that receiving your registration via text rather than the mail may be what families are looking for. I don't know. We'll find out. Looking forward to see how this rolls out this year, and we'll let you know how it works. Secondly, the district family action team has begun to look at a potential district standard and unified communication system for families. At our monthly meeting, we explored Parent Square as a potential solution. The system allows users to choose the format and language they would like to receive district notifications in, and it allows them to customize the content they'd like to receive. They can select information for specific classrooms or schools, or for the district as a whole. And it also allows them to communicate back to the district through the same format. So again, they can communicate in their primary language, and the receivers on the other end will be able to receive the information in their primary language. So this is an example how content might look on a future district web page. And as I said, not only do you get to pick the language, but you get to pick the format. So if you're not comfortable with laptop or desktop device, you can choose to receive your access to district communications through telephone. And this is what it looks like in that. So this shows how postings and messages can be sent through the system if a parent chooses updates via text rather than updates via email. And as you know, updating and standardizing the website is a year 3 objective in our district improvement plan. So this is the very beginning of the exploration process. No final decisions have been made, and people will see no immediate changes to the system. The district family action team and I are just planting some seeds at this time to indicate one possible solution to achieve this upcoming district improvement objective. I'd also like to give a quick update on solar array installation. The Solar Massachusetts Renewable Target SMART program is DOER's incentive program established to support development of solar in Massachusetts. The DOER Regulation 225 sets the regulatory framework for the program. It's a tariff-based incentive paid by the utility to the system owner. So we've received we've applied for SMART program approval for 3 projects. That's important because it's the tariffs that the installers will receive that allows them to get the money they need to roll the project forward to the next public building that they'd like to use. But we anticipate that that'll come sometime in the next 2 months. So we are planning for installation starting in June or July and early into August. Hopefully, this will be done while school is out in the summer, because there will be cranes on site. There will be other components that would best be around our schools at a time when children are not around our schools. Also, I would like to see Member Gazy's celebration of Mary Cowie's book and raise it with a celebration of Member Agnes' new book, True You, A Gender Journey, which came out this weekend. Get it on Amazon. Our district is turning into a publishing house. I think it's a wonderful thing, and hopefully someday I can join the club myself. Finally, to literally close on a high note, I'd like to applaud the cast and crew of Mamma Mia on the triumphant return of our beloved high school musical after a 3-year hiatus. Watching our students play to a packed matinee audience was a high point for me and another sign of hope that things are returning to normal. So I want to thank the students and all those that support them for raising my spirit and the spirit of our whole community this spring. That's my report.
Thank you. I agree. They were fabulous, and congratulations, Member Agna. Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Provost? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to new business. We already have the student representative report. So we're at item B, vote to approve the FY23 budget.
And when Member Goldman was, when we turned to her for the budget and property report, I think she indicated that she would like to present the material from the report at this time. So I will turn it back over to her.
Certainly.
Thank you. So at our last meeting, we did not pass the budget, but we did receive a lot of feedback from the committee about changes they'd like to see in the budget before voting to approve it. And so working with Member Agna and Member Syme and Superintendent Provost and Nick, we put together a new budget, and it included some of the changes that were requested from the last meeting. And then we also were able to felt the need as a priority to find more funding for our educators to make some additional adjustments to the budgets we were proposing. Superintendent Provost, would you like to present the slides?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Okay. I have this as a PDF, so let me just blow this up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So our goal was to find additional efficiencies to support higher wages. So we're going to be talking about some reductions tonight, but these are reductions that would not reduce the bottom line of the budget. We're asking for the same amount. In fact, we're asking for a greater amount of money, but these reductions would be used to support higher wages. The subcommittee has considered two scenarios that we'll present to you tonight. The first scenario maintains the current number of sixth grade teachers. It would still reduce the sixth grade to 2 teams, but that would be with no reduction of teachers assigned to the sixth grade. So the reduction would be there, again, still for the pedagogical reasons that have been discussed before. It also delays the implementation of organic turf management until FY24. This is how that scenario breaks down. So we would reduce $74,142 from the district cost center. It's $10,000 of IT software, $35,167 in special ed evaluations, $5,000 in salaries, $5,000 from bulk supplies, $4,500 from global STEM, $14,475 from the food service salary reduction. I should say that's not a reduction to that individual's salary, but would be a reduction to the amount charged to the appropriation. What we would do with that $14,475 is instead charge it to the revolving account. Because we've had universal free lunch during the pandemic, that account is healthy now. There was some indication in the House Ways and Means budget that was passed yesterday. There may be a state substitute for the withdrawal of federal funding, which may help to support that moving forward. So I feel comfortable making that change. That is an amount, once again, of $74,142 that would be reduced from the district cost center. Then we would reduce central services, $96,000. That's from various line item reductions. But the main reduction, remember, and this is a reduction from our proposed budget, I should say all these are reductions from our proposed budget, is about $71,000 from delaying the implementation of turf management. Next, we'd reduce $1,717 from athletics. We would just eliminate booster day and conditioning coaches. Then from the high school, $42,160. It's $2,000 from textbooks, $17,160 from Twilight Academy. We actually have, that wouldn't be a closing of the academy. We have another way to pay for that. It's actually in another line item in the budget. $1,000 from sub ESPs. Again, because our fill rate is low, so we're budgeting money that we're actually not able to spend because we can't find substitute ESPs. And then we would reduce an ESP. In the middle school, since the time the last budget was proposed, there's been an additional $43,500 of turnover. So these are teachers on higher steps who we anticipate will be replaced by teachers on lower steps. So that would be the reduction there. Again, it's no reduction in staffing. It's just different staff who would cost less. At Bridge Street, $22,000 from the reduction of an ESP. At Jackson Street, $11,500, which would be $6,000 from special ed substitutes, $4,500 from general ed and special ed instructional supplies, and $1,000 from sub ESPs for the same reasons that I discussed with the high school's reduction of sub ESPs. At Leeds, there would be an elimination of a clerical position for $23,605. And for Ryan Road, a reduction of a special education teacher from full-time to 0.6 FTEs. That's the reduction of a person from 5 days a week to 3 days a week. And then also an increase in BCBA to somewhat offset that. But the net of that would be $17,728. So the total cost savings, which would go to wages in scenario one, is $332,352. Now we have another scenario. Scenario two reduces a sixth grade teacher in the reduction to 2 teams and also delays the implementation of organic turf management. In this, we still have the same reduction to the district, so I won't go through that again. We still have the same reduction to central services, so I won't go that again. We are, I think this was part of the other one too, I'm sorry. Additionally, we are prepaying $20,000 of collaborative tuition. The changes to athletics would be the same. And then we get into what the real differences would be. So at the high school, instead of reducing that ESP, we would only be doing the reductions in textbooks, dual enrollment, which would be a substitution from what was in scenario one, and still a $17,160 from Twilight Academy. In the middle school, the eliminated sixth grade teacher, it's a position that's saved. It's not a layoff because remember, there's another position that person would go into. Brings the savings there to $98,039. They still have the $43,500 from turnover as they would have in scenario one. At Bridge Street, instead of reducing the ESP, it would only be $2,000 in professional development and $6,000 in instructional supplies. At Jackson Street would be $3,750 in principal office hardware, $2,000 in sub ESPs, and $2,500 in PD. At Leeds Elementary School, instead of a clerical position reduction, would only need $1,000 from PD and $1,000 from instructional supply. And the changes in Ryan Road would remain the same as they are in scenario one. The total savings under scenario two, which would go for increased wages, are $353,902. So those are the two scenarios that we discussed. Before I stop sharing, are there any questions that anyone wants to ask? That'd be helpful to have slides up for.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I just wanted to point out, Superintendent, that the $20,000 of prepaying collaborative tuition was not in scenario one.
Okay. I think that could be a mistake. I will ask Nick, should that have been on the first slide too?
No. We, in scenario one, we were not going to prepay the tuition. As you'll recall, we talked about, avoiding that if possible due to potential maintenance of effort issues.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
And Member Levy.
I apologize if you said this and I missed it. What is the $5,500 reduction in dual enrollment coming from?
That would be just a reduction of that line item. It probably would mean, it may mean running one fewer dual enrollment class at the high school.
Okay.
So that's money we put in the budget that would be reduced from the budget.
Okay. And how does that impact students?
So it means there would be one less dual enrollment option offered on campus.
Okay. And how many options are there currently?
I believe in the budget that we put forward, we had sufficient funds for 6. It was either 5 or 6 courses. So it would be either 4 or 5 now. Okay, I'll stop my share.
Thank you. So to just draw out the process a little bit, I just want to confirm that we went from the proposed budget previously, heard the comments, and moved forward with reducing the first grade ESPs and moving those to the ESSER fund so that those positions would be preserved in the fall for the next year. So the first grade ESPs are still going to be in the first grade classrooms. And then we also went with just the one coach to support JFK while we still prioritized moving the interventionalists from JFK to the elementary schools to provide reading support that's needed in the elementary schools. Some of the other reductions were the same because they were for positions that were vacant previously. And then when we looked at what it would take to maintain the sixth grade teacher and we were trying to find more cuts, we asked the alt team to make deeper cuts to accommodate keeping the pieces in the budget that the committee were interested in maintaining. And when those came back, they were really deep. And so we were thinking, what else can we do? The organic turf is an important issue to the previous school committee. It felt like we were righting a wrong that the city had moved forward that, but the schools hadn't. But it is we voted for a 3-year window to implement that change. And it felt like something that the district could also offer to delay so that we could keep a little more in the schools. And so went back to the alt team and asked them what it would look like if we adjusted it with that funding as well. So we designed these two. Really the only difference is the sixth grade teacher position between the two. But then again, as we discussed, we made some additional cuts so we could find some more funding. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the fiscal 23 Northampton Public Schools budget in the amount of $34,909,372 with scenario 1, scenario 2, which reduces 1 sixth grade teacher as presented.
Motion's made by member Goldman. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by member Agna. Dr. Provost?
I think the only thing that may not have been discussed in that presentation is there is a change.
Yes, thank you.
For folks who may be wondering how we arrived at the $34,909,372 mark. In the intervening weeks since the last time there's been a discussion, in working with the mayor's office, we received some guidance to increase our budget by an additional $109,000. So that additional amount is included in what member Goldman just made in her motion.
Thank you. That's right. So it goes above what the first view and the previous budget total that we had to work with. And that's why I'm specifying that particular number, because that's a number that we're working with now, but we are still needing we're still needing to make the adjustments presented in these two scenarios. Is there any discussion about the motion at the table, or are people ready to vote? Oh, there we are. Okay.
Member Levy?
Thanks. Mary Shara, I want to really sincerely thank you for your dedication and the hard decision to increase the funding for the schools, not the hard decision to increase the funding for the schools, but that comes at a cost to other parts of the city. And I thank you for making that hard choice. I want to say that I heard loud and clear from the 6th grade team that reducing to 2 teams is not what they feel is in the best interest of students. And I'll add that I've participated in our last number of budget conversations and come away truly believing we were in a lose-lose situation and that there's nothing we can do about that we have to choose either to very minimally increase teachers' salaries at the expense of student programs and services, or we could maintain our current minimal student services and programs, but not be able to increase teachers' salaries. When I first ran for school committee 2 years ago, it was during the last teacher contract negotiation, and I felt strongly that there had to be a way to be able to truly increase teacher salaries and grow student services and programs. And when I say increase teacher salaries, I mean enough to truly be able to attract and retain the very best teachers in the state. That is what our teachers deserve, to be paid salaries that truly compensate them for the amazing work they do with our kids day in and day out. And our students deserve to have small classes, stocked libraries, healthy meals, and on and on. These past few weeks, I've found myself responding to constituents' emails about the budget by saying, I agree with them that we need to support our teachers and we need to have some creative thinking because our funding is so tight. But I'm realizing we do need creative thinking, but really we need funding. I do believe this budget is the best we can do with our current funding, but I can't vote to support a budget that cuts student services and programs. And I can't vote to support a teacher contract if it doesn't convey anything other than our deepest gratitude and support for teachers. We need more funding from our state, and we need more funding from our city. We can work towards state funding by working to elect a progressive governor who's dedicated to increasing education funding. And I want to reiterate, Mayor Chiara, my gratitude for increasing the allocation to public education. I've sat with you on lengthy budget presentations from various city services and understand the incredibly challenging decisions you need to make when it comes to managing the city's finances. And I think we have more difficult decisions ahead because we need to be able to do more.
Thank you, Member Levy. Member Stein.
I really appreciate those comments and the sentiment from Member Levy. I just want to share my own perspective. I've gotten a lot of emails that we've all gotten. I've thought a lot about the funding levels. I've listened to our teachers tonight and our staff members. And what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is that we are in a crisis. And there are many factors that have led us to be one of the lowest paying districts, some that are in the city's control, some that aren't. But after 2 years of a pandemic where these individuals have worked harder than almost anyone to deliver services and education to our children, to learn how to do it remotely, they're asking us for respect, and they're asking us for support, and they're asking the school committee to stand up for them. And I think we need to do that. Whether or not the city decides to reduce a larger request from us is a different story. But they're begging us to stand up for them and to feel valued. And I don't think the budget presentations laid out send that message to them. They're telling us it does not. And I think we have a morale problem, we have cultural problems, we have other problems going on in the city in terms of our education system. And the silence from the committee has really been deafening. And this is an opportunity for us to send a different message, hopefully not lose more talented educators to other districts, and to fund in an adequate way our values. And I really call on the school committee to not support this budget and to ask for more. It's not enough to feel empathy when you're imposing austerity. there are moments like tonight when you have to do things that are difficult for a class of workers who has been disrespected for the last 40 years. You know, it's not lost on me that, you know, it's a majority female workforce, and they are endlessly underappreciated, endlessly underpaid. And I think we've gotten to a point with a shrinking teacher pipeline where we have squeezed the greatest amount of juice from the stone we will ever get, and people are leaving. And we are in a unique position based on other districts. And I think we need to do something for the longevity of the district and for our students, even if it means think about radically restructuring things. I think at base, we have to pay these employees and show them that we respect them. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Robbins.
I have some clarification around the 6th grade. Maintaining a teacher, but for pedagogical reasons, having only 2 teams. My reading of that is that, in fact, that is a major curricular change that should, in fact, come before the school committee, presented by the administration. And I don't believe we had an opportunity to hear that. And I'm very uncomfortable voting for something that the pedagogy seems kind of mysterious. I do remember when we decided as a city to move the 6th grade to JFK, and we did it on the premise that we would preserve very friendly elementary style classrooms for very young children. And we would give them small numbers, and we decided to do it because we agreed that that was how we would go forward. So given this major change, and I believe we do have an existing policy that covers that, I wonder if somebody can rise to that and answer.
I'm not exactly sure what the question is that you're requesting an answer to.
Let me repeat it. I believe we have a policy that covers major curricular changes coming in front of the school committee. And my premise is that reducing teams at the middle school of 6th graders is major curricular change that we should be considering as a committee, possibly first through the curriculum committee, but it shouldn't be coming in under a budget decision if it involves pedagogical change.
Well, I guess my answer would be this is before the committee. You know, we've been discussing it for about a month. You've heard from teachers, you've heard from the principal, and it's not being done. It won't be done without the approval of the committee. That's why it's before you tonight.
I actually disagree. I think that we have not had a real discussion about it. I think it's just come up in front of why we should maintain it on the part of people who have come to present to us, but we haven't considered it as an agenda item ourselves.
Member Agna.
I started teaching in Ohio in 1975, and I taught there for 6 years, and then I taught in Rhode Island for 3 more years. And my husband and I decided to move our growing family to Massachusetts, partly because we thought of it as a progressive state and a state in which that valued education. We arrived in 1984 and soon discovered that Prop 2.5 had decimated the schools. And Prop 2.5 was passed. I think it was only one other state in the country that passed it, was California. And since then, since 1980, when my daughter entered Jackson Street School and as a 1st grader with an 8th grade teacher who was bumped down because of Prop 2.5. And clearly she didn't want to be there. And clearly our 1st grader was a little confused by getting lots of red marks on her papers. And my husband and I talked about it and thought, where have we come? We've come to a place that values education, we thought, but we're in a situation where the public schools are really going to be decimated and are going to continue to be because of Prop 2.5. I entered the public schools in Northampton in '87. And I thought we were going to be able to do some good reform, and we were sort of picking our way through. And then education reform happened, and we thought, oh, that's great. 1992, we're going to have reform and all kinds of wonderful things like Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment Systems with an S, so that we were going to do all kinds of assessment of students that included exhibits and teacher reports and lots of ways of assessing students. But unfortunately, that did not get realized. We ended up with the one state test, and we ended up as the 136th city at the bottom of the education reform formula. And we've been stuck there since 1992. So the combination of Prop 2.5 and education reform formula has been punishing to lots of districts, but especially Northampton. I became a principal in 1996. And as I think the look back Jim Bridgman did at some point today or yesterday, talked about how in 25 years ago, we had to give out pink slips. That was my first year at Jackson Street. And I had to give out, I forget, I think it was 13 or something. And it continued to be devastating from 1996 up to 2003 was the worst that we suffered. And again, it was not about anything except for the state funding that we had and couldn't realize because of our formula, as well as Prop 2.5. So we were really stuck. I continued to work as a principal up until 2 years ago. And I know that those of you who I've worked with have seen how challenging it had been to do anything that we wanted to do other than try to maintain the staffing that we had and not have too many pink slips given out. That kind of stabilized, but not much else did in terms of our funding. In fact, our state funding has been a flat line for so long. This year we get $995 from Chapter 70. So we're really, really stuck. I am deeply, deeply, deeply upset about the situation we're in. I feel like I probably will engender lots of feelings of betrayal in passing this budget. However, I feel really stuck about this, and I don't think it's an easy way out. And I don't want us to have to deal with an override because I don't think that will pass. And I also am concerned about the city side as well. I'm not going to talk about the reserve because that I don't feel like is in my purview, but I am concerned that, and I'm seeing thumbs down. I know you're feeling betrayal already. I'm sorry about that. And I really don't, I really hope that we can find our way out of this eventually, but I'm really sorry that we're in this situation, but I am going to vote for this budget tonight.
Thank you, Member Agnon, for that history of how we got here and our broken funding system. Member Gazy.
Well, I got that pink slip that you handed out a long time ago. And never did get any raises, really. Fortunately, I was married to a lawyer and he was able to make enough money to allow me to keep teaching and doing something I love without making comparable money. So I feel the pain. And Member Agna, I understand your reasoning for passing the budget. I just can't bring myself to, I can't do it anymore. I think we owe ESPs a living wage. I think we are on the cusp of an exodus from Northampton schools. I know we're the victim of a rotten funding formula. My thought in not voting for this formula and sending something else up to the city council is to bring it up for a citywide discussion, because this is something that, you know, we all understand that we need to pay our teachers, but, you know, where's the money going to come from and who else is it going to bleed? 55% of our budget, I think, is teaching, and another 20-some% is insurance payments for our employees, correct, Ms. Skier? Or is that?
Say the number again. I missed what you said.
Like 57% for teachers or for schools?
About, right. So education is about 55% of the budget.
And then we've got in the 20s for insurance payments, which doesn't leave us much for the rest of the city. And I know there's many other unions that you have to negotiate with. So I don't know where the city gets the money either, but I think it warrants a citywide discussion to see where our priorities are. And I hope our priorities are with our children, but I don't know. I've been a teacher too long to be able to live with this budget. Thank you.
Ember Miller.
So this is difficult because while I agree with everything that Member Gazy just said and Member Robbins, and I feel the same way. However, I have to say, having worked on three or four overrides, which, by the way, has never passed in my ward, not once. So when you talk about a citywide discussion, it's an override vote, and it's never passed in my ward because although there are certainly lots of people who, like I do and like you do, value the children and our learners, there's all those also elderly voters, and there's lots of other people who need things. So it's not just our city, it's our state, and it's our federal government that is not funding education the way it should. So I also want to say how much I appreciate the Budget and Property Committee and the work they've done to try to draw water out of a stone. And they've done an incredible job of finding some resources. But I'm not sure there's anything else to find. And so I am going to vote for the budget because although I hate it, and I hate that we're not paying our teachers more, and I hate that we can't pay the ESPs a living wage, I don't know what, I can't think of another alternative at this moment. So I'm as, as stuck as everybody else, but I don't think all the work's been done to try as hard as we can. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Miller. Member Davis.
I wanted to say three, I think, brief things. One is that I wanted to respond just a bit to Member Stein with the comment for the silence from the committee is deafening. And I guess I would say throughout all these meetings, I hear our voices loud and clear that this is hard and not comfortable, and nobody would be on the school committee if we don't support the schools and the teachers and the children and the families. So I hear the struggle to me this whole meeting. I think one of the hard things about the budget, and I think I heard bits of people saying this, is that a budget is like a document that shows our values. And that always has been a strong idea to me. So I think that that's what a lot of people are feeling. It's like, if we really feel this, that we support the teachers, well, then the budget should reflect that. But one comment that came up a lot over these weeks, but also this evening in the public comment, was this idea of the reserve fund. And I'm wondering, for however many people might be left on the meeting, I think it's probably a long answer, but maybe not, is to clarify why that's not really perhaps the stone where the water is. The people that saying get water from a stone, and some perspectives are, well, actually there is, and there's this money, and then there's no, well, not really, because that's not what it's for. And I'm wondering, for me as well, but maybe for the people that have brought it up, because when I think, well, gee, if that really is, well, then why can't we? It almost seems like, is that too easy an out? Is that too tidy an answer? But if it's not, then I would be interested in knowing if there's Mayor or Dr. Provost, or if somebody has the answer to that, to clarify. Thank you.
Sure. The finance director, Nardi, has also turned on her camera, so she and I can certainly talk about the different reserve funds that we have. One is the Fiscal Stabilization Fund, which was created with the Fiscal Stabilization Plan, with these planned overrides that we've had. So these are all one-time funds. So whenever you are using one-time funds for reoccurring expenses, you are creating a hole that will need to be filled. So that's why we only use reoccurring funds for salary. So those reoccur every year and they grow every year. So you need to have a funding source behind that. Otherwise, you dig a larger hole. The city has to maintain a certain level of reserves. It's part of our policies. It's an important part of our practices. It's fiscally sound operating policies. And I know that that's frustrating for people. It really, really is. And I completely feel that, and I understand it. So the Fiscal Stabilization Fund, we have, it's a planned use of those funds. And once we pass an override, and we immediately plug the hole that was created why we needed the override. And then we put these funds into a stabilization. And then we have a planned use over a certain amount of years until we get to a point where we absolutely have to pass another override. So we are in the first year of like a renewed fiscal stabilization plan, you could say. because it wasn't implemented in the first year of the pandemic. Director Nardi, do you have things you can add? Or maybe you could talk about the different funds. One sounds really great. It's called free cash. That's an undesignated fund balance. That is an ever-changing amount. That's basically whatever is left over in the year that didn't get spent gets certified at a certain time. But that's not a specific recurring amount. So you can't, again, it's one-time funds and you can't budget for it. Oh, sorry, Director Nardi can't unmute. There you go.
Thank you. So yeah, I think it's a good question. And I think a lot of people, it's very tempting to use one-time revenue for things that we really want. And I hear from the committee and you hear from the public that these are the things we want. And I have not met anyone, including Mayor Shara, who values education in the city of Northampton. My concern is we all talk about we want to retain and we want to recruit talented people, but if you do that on one-time funds, there is going to come a day where you're going to have to pay the piper. And that means deep cuts. And the first people to go are going to be those talented, wonderful people that you retain. Now, also you get to pay the wonderful people you have on staff now. And that's a plus, but down the road, those one-time revenues are going to go away. So it's really important that when you think about your budget, at least from my perspective as financial director, and I know Mayor Shara is thinking about this, is what is our long-term goals? So when we talk about increasing our wages for our staff, we want to make sure that's sustainable. So you can give them all raises and you can, I know they're valuable and you can give them the raises, but down the road, we're not going to be able to sustain that. So people will have to go, and those are going to be the new people that you've hired. And there will be cuts eventually. So Mayor Shara has directed me to push our revenues to the limit to make sure that we could support the schools and all of her budgets that she has to think about. And I've done that. And they are tight. When we had the joint meeting, we talked about the fact, and Mayor Shara mentioned it, was that our marijuana revenue, because market share is going down. We used to have $1.8 million in parking revenue, and now I am budgeting for 1.2, and I'm hoping we hit those marks. So that's $600,000 in our budget right there that we just haven't gotten back. Now, maybe we will in the out years, but it's not there yet. So these are all the things that we're thinking about. So times are still uncertain. One-time revenues, it's definitely something that people want. It solves the problem quickly, but that problem is going to be here next year and it's going to be bigger. So, in a lot of ways, I just worry that we're kicking the problem down the road. And so I just caution you. I know you want to solve this problem, and it's just a bigger problem than just the city of Northampton. So I caution you to just think about your budget, and it's not a one-year budget. Thank you.
And just to make sure that we're doing things that are sustainable. That's always my biggest concern is I don't want to manage a city like what Gwen was describing, where pink slips get handed out. That's not a job I want. And that's one of the reasons I feel so strongly and deeply in the fiscal stabilization plan that was created. Because it has allowed for stability for primarily for the schools, but across the board for everyone who works for the city of Northampton. And we haven't had those big cuts since that plan began. So that's just my really big concern, is making sure that we can support the people who work in Northampton. And if we spend more than we have in reoccurring revenue, there are going to have to be cuts. And that's, again, not the situation I want to be in or the city I want to manage. Member Robbins.
I wonder if Dr. Provost wanted to speak to the fiscal piece first.
Sure.
I actually just wanted to point out you need a motion to suspend rules. That's the only
Oh,
reason.
Megan, you're right on time. Is there a motion? Who made it? Someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules
For how long?
for 30 minutes.
So to 11:30, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Member Davis. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Annie, on suspending rules.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
and Member Miller.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Provost, for noticing. Member Robbins.
So I so enjoy listening to my colleagues talk on this school committee. I think you're a remarkable group of people, and I learn so much from you every time we meet. And the conversation takes me back to actually being one of those teachers after Proposition 2.5 and teaching in my classroom at Northampton High School in the middle of the last period of the day and having the principal come in, call me out to the hall while my class, of course, sat there going, what's she in trouble for? And handing me a pink slip. And as he made his way around the school doing the same. And I had to go back in my classroom and teach the rest of my period and, do a straight face and be with the kids and do what I needed to do. And then go home to my family at the end of the day and say, I don't think I have a job next year. And in that spring, many of my colleagues at Northampton High School who were young and wonderful and engaging and creative left. They went to Oregon, they went to Washington, they went on to higher education. We lost a whole generation of young teachers. And it was a long time before we made that back again. It was a really long journey. And I remember it as though it were yesterday, and it was a very long time ago. I left too. And I never taught in my city again in the public schools. And that was a real loss for me. I like to think it was a loss for all the students who didn't get to have me as a teacher in Northampton. But I would like to make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor, if that's possible. And I'd like to amend it to say that I don't care if we have to have 1 million bake sales. I want to add $250,000 to the budget that is being suggested. And I want that budget to include 3 6th grade teams and 3 1st grade teachers. Because I think, in fact, we can talk about kicking a can down the road, but what we're really doing is kicking kids down the road. And that is our priority as a school committee. And I do think that we can make it happen. I have great faith in our community. I have faith in us as a committee. And I think we need to think outside of this box, and we need to make it work. So I cannot vote for the budget as it is. I make this motion. And I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or just an amendment. I'm not really sure about the dynamics of that.
Sure. So that's it's suggested as a friendly amendment and one that I can't accept, but I am happy to have it go to vote.
Member Robbins, can you repeat the dollar amount, please?
$250,000 above the suggested budget. And that includes 3 6th grade teams and 3 1st grade teachers.
Are you looking for a second?
I am.
Sounds like Member Stein seconded it.
Seconded by Member Stein. Discussion? Member Levy, were you?
I just had a question about this, which is, Member Robbins, where do you propose that funding come from?
I propose we continue to research it. I propose we continue to make the effort to say that this is where our hearts are, and that we work with the mayor and with the city and with the other workers in the city, who many of whom have children who are in our schools, to see really what is an adequate proposal in are prioritizing the people and the children who lived through the last 2 years. And I know that everybody in the city worked hard. Our cafeteria workers put together sandwiches to make sure our children were fed. Our teachers managed an incredible load. And we are coming into, as the mayor said, an endemic situation, unlike anything we have ever known. I also have great faith in the fact that we are going to have a new administration in the state of Massachusetts. And I think that administration will be cognizant of the need to create funds that will hopefully rescue cities like ours and understand the dilemma that we're in. And I understand that that's fuzzy thinking and it doesn't help us down the road. But in this current year where our kids' needs are so strong, I think we need to make the effort and not settle for what we have to do and go for what we need to do.
I just want to clarify. Sorry. So it's 2 positions, but you said $250,000, and I'm not sure that that's the correct math.
It's not. It's kind of a good number, though. So
it might be easier for the rest of us to wrap our heads around if we knew the exact number of that 6th grade teacher and that 1st grade teacher, which I believe is somewhere in Nick's sheet that he shared with us. And I wonder if anybody knows that number.
Well, some of that's changed because we've now, it's interesting to me. So at JFK, we're now up $45,000 from the last time we talked about it, which is nearly the salary of the 6th grade teacher. But what's really important about that 6th grade teacher is in scenario 1 is to safeguard those children coming into 6th grade. So that figure, I really don't know what it is at this point. And being able to say that there's a $250,000 balance in there, we have time in looking at the budget as we work our way down, we can come back down from that. But I really want to make sure that we include enough to make those things happen.
Last question, I believe. My understanding is that scenario 1, it doesn't touch the 1st grade, but scenario 1 maintains the 6th grade teacher, but the decision has been made by others, even when we maintain, I believe by the principal, even when we maintain a 6th grade teacher, to still go down to 2 teams. And I don't know if that's a decision that we, the school committee, can make. I think it's up to the principal, but I'd love for Dr. Provost to clarify that, because it sounds to me like, Member Robbins, what you want is scenario 1 plus the cost of a 1st grade teacher.
Yes, thank you.
That's correct. That's what I was going to say. The 6th grade teacher is included within the first scenario. It is the recommendation of the principal to go to 2 teams, even if that teacher is maintained as a 6th grade teacher. I suppose the committee could direct the principal to maintain 3 teams, but it wouldn't add any cost to that scenario. The only additional cost to Member Robbins's motion would be the cost of a 1st grade teacher, which I think Nick could give an estimate for.
I'm not seeing Nick. Is Nick still here?
Yeah, I'm just going to need to find that cost. Give me a moment, please.
So let me just clarify again. So my understanding is if there was a motion put on the floor through scenario 2, which wouldn't have been the motion I would have chosen, if we had scenario 1, it would be, and my understanding was that because we had already talked about the loss of the 1st grade teachers, that was already a given, and I didn't see that in the list. So it's good to hear, Dr. Provost, that the 1st grade teacher at JSS is still in there. So if in fact it means adding in just the 3 6th grade teams, and if in fact we can have that be a directive to the principal, that would be my amendment.
Dr. Provost, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, just to clarify, it's the opposite of what I believe Member Robbins just said. So scenario 1 includes the 6th grade teacher. Neither scenario includes the 1st grade teacher. So scenario 1, financially, what you're talking about is scenario 1 plus a first grade teacher. So the difference would be a cost of adding a first grade teacher.
So that's not actually, so that was what we had agreed prior. That was my understanding about
That's
the
right.
first grade teacher. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Stein.
I'm grateful for the amendment offered by Member Robbins. I am a little hesitant about trying to direct like some of these particular changes to how, whether or not sixth grade gets consolidated to 2 versus 3 or the first grade teachers. Well, only because I think it's I don't know. I think it's not a great precedent for us. And I think at some level we have to let the principals make their decisions. But at the same time, I think adding the $250,000 allows the district, say if it was added, I believe it was added to option 2, it gives the district a lot more room negotiating. And I'm for that reason, I'd support it either way. So that's just my 2 cents on it. I don't know if more people would support it without the specifics around the teaching core or not. But just food, I'm not offering a friendly change, Member Robbins, but just food for thought.
And I'm just going to respond quickly to say that, yes, I should have been clearer about that. So the balance was for wage increases.
Member Goldman. Dr. Provost, did you have a response or your hands up? Or sorry, Member Goldman.
Sorry, I think it's up from before.
Okay, so Member Goldman.
Maybe Nick wants to go. I was going to call the question, but then there weren't any hands. Just to vote on the on Member Robbins' amendment.
Okay, were you
But
asking?
I'm not going to call the question because there aren't any other hands, but it looks like, and also Nick wants to talk, that's all.
Why can't I see? Where are you, Nick? Oh,
I'm right here.
Okay, there you go.
I just wanted to say that the first grade position cost is $52,747. I was asked to find that, so that's the figure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there's no further comment on the amendments. Oh, I can't see Annie either. Sorry, I'm trying to find everybody.
Can I clarify what we're voting on? We are voting on amendment. We're voting on scenario 1 plus $250,000 that we don't know where it's coming from.
Plus the first grade teacher back in.
All of those.
Plus 3 teams at the middle school in the 6th grade.
So what we're voting on is an amendment to the current motion. We would then have to vote on the original motion.
Member Gazy, did you need clarification?
I was just thinking that administratively, I don't know if we can, that the 3 teams at JFK is something that a principal should be doing and explaining to his staff. And I agree with your 250 to give us negotiating, but I'm not sure about the part with stipulating the 3 teams, because that's sort of an administrative decision, and we don't get paid to make those decisions.
Mm-hmm. Can I just clarify that quickly? Because I think I mentioned it before. I strongly believe that is a change in curriculum. It should have come in front of the school committee and being discussed. And the fact that we haven't had an opportunity to do that and actually to meet with the principal and hear why this substantial change is going to happen to our sixth graders, I feel is a really big missing gap. And I don't have that policy at my fingertips right now. I can find it, but that's the rationale, Member Gaze.
To clarify, the Principal Caldwell did speak to this to us directly at a meeting a few meetings ago. Member Stein.
I had another question, but my recollection of when we had Principal Caldwell here, which was really helpful in that conversation, was that he was talking about this change in the context of a budget question, not in context of a curriculum change. And my first recollection of hearing it as a curriculum change that would go forward regardless was at the last budget and property meeting. So I may have missed it, but I don't know that we had the type of conversation that Member Robbins is suggesting. I think we definitely talked about it, but we talked about it in the context of a budget reduction and not in the context of the pedagogy or the change in the curriculum. So I don't know what the policy is in terms of what gets sent to the curriculum committee, but I can definitely see what she's saying. But my question was, if we're going with option number 1, the net on the 250 would be without the 109 that I understand the mayor found for option 2, right? So essentially you're only going up, what is that, 114 or 116,000 from option 2. That's the only wiggle room you're getting. If you went with 1 plus 250 versus option 2 plus 250. So I just wanted to point that out. It only gives us an extra, by my math anyway, 116,000 of extra room to negotiate, notwithstanding whatever changes might happen because of these other personnel things we're talking about. So is that correct? Am I understanding this correctly, or?
Are you asking me?
Oh, I guess I'm asking Emily, because I think she knows the numbers really well. Like, if it's option 1, is that 109 part of it?
Yes,
Or...
109 is part of it.
I'm wrong. Awesome. Thank you.
So I think that's what John was going to say. I'm sorry, Superintendent Provost was going to say as well.
The 109 is an increase. So now the increase is a 4.33% increase to the schools.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Don't you wish you called the question, Member Goldman? So we're still at the amendment, yes? And is everyone clear on it? Okay. I'm just going to say that I will have to vote no. I can't in good conscience support something that I don't know is sustainable. I am an optimist, Member Robbins. I appreciate that, but it would be irresponsible, since we have not identified where that's coming from. As we've talked about, revenues are down. So, I have a responsibility to the students and the district and the city, and to everyone who works in the city. So I'm just explaining why I will have to vote no on this amendment, because we have not identified where that money is coming from. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Agna.
No.
Member Davis.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I think you're muted.
Can you come back to me? Am I allowed to do that? Can I think for a minute?
Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
I'm just going to clarify that included in this is that we are saying there must be 3 teams in the 6th grade.
Yes.
That is the current amendment and could be changed when we vote on the final motion.
Thanks. No.
Member Miller,
No.
Member Goldman,
No.
and Member Davis, back to you.
No.
The vote is 4 in favor, 6 opposed.
So we're back to the original motion. Member Levy.
Member Robbins, would you be willing to make that motion without dictating the 3 teams and letting the principal and the JFK staff make that decision?
If JFK staff are part of making that decision, absolutely.
Can we mandate that? I don't think we can.
I mean, that's the challenge, is we heard from all the teachers and we heard from many entering 6th grade parents that this wasn't a decision they felt they'd been part of. And I have a really hard time being comfortable voting for something that has been a major process in how we educate children and just saying, well, in the budget, we're going to vote it out.
Okay, I hear you. I can ask another question. Mayor Shara, can you just help us understand or help me understand if we vote for an extra $250,000 without knowing where it's coming from, where does that then go? Does it go to the city to figure out? Does it go to the city to vote yes or no, and then it comes back to us? Like, what's the process there?
It's a good question. I'm not sure it's happened. So I might have to create 2 budget scenarios. So either I'd have to figure out cuts to support it, or the city council would have to cut it. We need to have a balance, but I mean, we legally need to have a balanced budget. Dr. Provost?
I think as a practical matter for the school committee, when you pass the budget tonight, whatever amount it is, you know, your part of the process around this budget formation is done. If the school committee, if the city council reduces it, then it'll come back to the school committee to figure out how to implement the reductions. One of the things I would say is if there was an amount passed tonight that went beyond guidance from what the city said they felt would be likely to be sustained, that we should probably suspend discussion of financial matters in contract negotiations, because you're really operating without knowing what your budget is until probably the end of June, which I think is the time the city council has to pass the overall budget for the city.
Member Goldman?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to amend my motion on the floor now that I have a clear sign from the committee to work from. So we can just stop talking about the 6th grader in or out and move to scenario 1 that maintains 3 6th grade teachers. I do just want to point out, I don't know how relevant this feels for you, but it is my understanding that if the 6th grade had 3 teams, that not every team would have an ESP. And so that doesn't seem quite right. That's sort of how it was presented. So we're not going to worry about scenario 2, and I am changing the motion on the floor to support scenario 1 with the budget number that the city has allocated to us to work with. Thank you.
So did you withdraw your initial motion, or?
Yeah, I sort of replaced the motion for the most conservative budget to the second scenario, which it sounds like there's not much of an appetite for either, but it's more available. So scenario 1, maintain current number of 6th grade teachers. And yeah, that's kind of the point. And we'll take amendments from there. If someone will second.
Yes, is there
a change?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by member Agna. Member Stein?
I would offer an amendment to the latest amendment, which is just plan number 1, but amended to add $250,000 with no other stipulations or conditions. I thought I heard a second from somebody. Oh.
I'll second it.
I think it was seconded by member Seraphy Cox. Is that right? Okay.
And I'm just curious too, I don't know if Layla could advise us on this point around negotiations. If I understood Dr. Provost correctly, if we were to send a budget request to the city that is not what was not in accordance with the amount from the mayor's proposed budget, that we would need to suspend negotiating because we don't know how much money we have. But we're negotiating for years, 2 more years ahead of this, that we don't know how much money we have. I'm not sure what a change of $250,000. I guess I don't understand legally why a change of $250,000 and the budget having to go through a reconciliation process with the city would change what we can negotiate. Or the other question would be, yeah, I don't understand structurally why that's the case. There could be a very good reason. I just don't understand it.
Dr. Provost.
So it's not, I don't think it's really a legal matter. I think it's more of a practical matter, which is if you make an agreement based on the assumption that you're going to have an extra $250,000 and then you don't have it, you will still be bound to honor the agreement, which could leave you in a position of having to make some very difficult decisions. So I just think it's better to know what you're working with before you sign on the dotted line.
But that's true for the next 2 years, right?
That's why we try to make projections about where we think, finances will be 2 years down the road, but it's always, our crystal ball is clearer for the next year than it is for the next 2 years, for sure.
We need another motion to suspend rules.
Motion to suspend. Go ahead, Dina. I move to suspend rules for 15 minutes. 11:45.
Okay, we have a lot of agenda after this, or we have some agenda after this.
Yeah, part of my motion would be to push those agenda items to our next meeting.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Discussion, Dr. Provost, did you have discussion on suspension?
I would just like to get an opinion about one of the items which was required to be on our agenda right now. I'm not sure if we can push it off. So if I could just touch base with Layla, speaking specifically about the open meeting law complaint.
Yeah.
Would you be, I can't make motions or anything, but would you be willing to hear what she has to say before making that a solid part of your amendment?
Well, why don't we suspend until 11:45 and see how this conversation goes, and then I still wanted to spend 15 minutes talking about that. So let's get this done and then see if we have time for that and then figure it out. Is that okay?
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call on suspension, any?
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins.
So we're voting on the amendment that has the amendment that.
No, we're voting on suspending the rules for
Okay,
15
thank
minutes.
you. Thank you. Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
and Member Agna.
Yes.
Okay, so Member Goldman?
Thank you. There's been discussion about if we ask for more funding, if we pass an unbalanced budget to go forward, and then it has been suggested, advised that we delay negotiations. I'm just wondering if anyone could speak to the implications of that. Like, okay, so then we would suspend negotiations until the city got back to us, and why would that be problematic? I think I'm just trying to understand how that plays out.
Dr. Is Layla here?
She is here. She would just have to be unmuted if you want her to speak.
There we go. Hi, Layla.
Hi, I was checking in to see where you were, and all of a sudden I heard my name. I was like, oh, and I apologize. I have my video off when I'm at home because it's pretty unstable. So I think there's some basics that folks need to get back to. So we have the district has a responsibility to engage in good faith negotiations. So I think you could ask NACE, listen, we've got an uncertain budget situation, right? And they may agree to hold off more economic discussions. I think, and we're not in executive session right now, but I'm being asked to speak on this. You go back to the table and you discuss, but in an uncertain budget situation, it might be hard to make proposals on a budget you're not certain you're going to be able to get. Does that help you folks a little bit? So, you've got an idea of what your worst case scenario might be, and those might be the numbers that you work with. But if you negotiate something that ultimately the budget won't support, then you're certainly going to be looking at making potentially harder choices.
Thank you.
Yep.
Member Miller?
I guess I'm a little confused about something. I understand the motion, but I was under the assumption that if we went with option 1, for example, what this does is it saves us some money so that we can use that for salary negotiation stuff, but I didn't know it was, now we're talking about adding money so that we can hire back a first grade teacher in addition to option 1, which did include a 6th grade teacher. So I'm a little confused.
No, I'm sorry, Member Miller. Adding in the first grade teacher is not a part of this current motion.
What is the current motion?
Is scenario 1,
Yeah.
which builds on the previous first view budget that cut the first grade teacher at JSS.
Right. Yes, you're right. Okay.
So it's not adding back in the first grade teacher. So that is not included in the current motion. The current motion is just for scenario 1 plus an additional $250,000.
You still have the floor, Member Miller, unless you're done. And then I see Member Davis.
Is it my turn? I think I understood Member Miller might have the same confusion that I did, but I thought that the idea was that the 250 number, the nice round number, was maybe that could make it so that first grade teacher would not be cut. That was my understanding of what the idea was. So I think that might be what Member Miller was thinking. I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry, Member Seraphy Cox, I can't see you, so I didn't see your hand was raised. Member Seraphy Cox?
Sure. My hand was raised before just to say that as the negotiations chair, I would just say that negotiations would not stop, but financial negotiations would stop. There's quite a bit of other work to do on the contract. And then to the, sorry, what was the most recent comment that was made?
First grade.
No, it was a question. I felt like it was a question. Oh, what is the $250,000 for? I mean, what I heard Member Stein talk about was giving the negotiating subcommittee room on wage increases.
Member Robbins.
And I'm just going to tell Member Davis that you can make an amendment to this amount to add the first grade teacher into it if you so chose.
No, I was just clarifying what that amount, what the amount was for in the the proposal, that it was. So I misunderstood. I thought it was make it so that we don't need to cut the teacher and have the money there. I thought that's what the idea was.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah. So I misunderstood.
Member Stein.
Just so I think what I'm hearing is that you were thinking that 250 was going to alleviate the cuts, including the first grade teacher, rather than be on top of whatever those cuts were for the negotiating. Right. Okay. Right. And because that was part of, I think, the previous motion. Okay. Good. Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Annie, could you or could somebody repeat the motion on the floor?
I have
Motion on the floor. Go ahead, Annie.
Well, I have to support scenario 1, plus add in $250,000.
No, you may be correct. My understanding is that the motion on the floor is scenario 1, and there is a proposed amendment.
Right. That was confusing because it wasn't a friendly amendment. It was an amendment that was, had a motion and a second.
Oh, it was a
Yes,
separate
so
motion. Oh, I see. So that's now, okay.
Right.
Great.
So I'm not
Thank
really
you.
sure, Mayor, how we should go about calling the roll on this.
Okay, so this is an amendment to, so what's the main motion? Is it scenario 1?
Yes.
With the amendment of 250?
Yes.
Okay, so then
That's what I have.
But wait, I think we're voting just on the amendment of 250.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so the amendment is adding $250,000 to scenario one, and then we'll go back and vote on scenario one.
Okay.
Correct.
And we got 5 minutes before we have to suspend the rules, so I'll call the roll. Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Oh, can you not
You're
unmute?
muted.
She's saying yes.
Are you saying yes?
She's a co-host. I don't know why she can't unmute.
I'm asking her to unmute. I don't know why this isn't happening. Member Gazy, if you're saying yes, thumbs up. Thumbs up, okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
A conflicted yes.
Member Miller.
No.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Agna.
No.
And Member Davis. You're muted, Member
Yeah,
Davis.
you're muted.
Yes.
6 in favor, 4 opposed.
Okay, so now we're back to the initial base motion.
Member Robbins.
Oh, wait, sorry. Dr. Provost, did you have something?
I just wanted to throw in some number in it to try to clarify the motion. So if I understand correctly, now we're voting to approve a budget in the amount of $35,159,372, implementing scenario 1. Correct? That would be the $250,000 on top of the amount we were at earlier tonight.
You got a thumbs up from Member Stein.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if I can't embed that, but if someone wanted to just put that into the motion, I think it would be help to clarify what was actually decided through all this discussion.
Good idea. Thank you. Okay.
So I just have to repeat the motion with that figure? Is that what we're doing?
I think that Dr. Provost was just making sure that that's what was written down for the motion.
Okay, so all we have to do is vote?
I believe so.
Let's rock and roll.
Okay.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
No.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Agna.
No.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
No.
The vote is 6 in favor, 4 opposed.
Okay, that has been passed. And we have 1 minute. Dr. Provost?
I did have an offline conversation with Leila about the other matter. I think would be important to hear from her as we vote on another extension about the open meeting law.
Do we need to hear from her on the amount of time we need to extend, or no?
I just think it's important. I would recommend that we extend an amount of time so that we can get this done tonight. I don't think we should push it off.
Got it.
I make a motion to extend to 11:55.
with brevity in our comments.
Second.
Made and seconded. Roll call, Annie, please, on suspending rules to 11:55.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to move all the items except for, where is it? The E, discussion of open meeting law complaint to the next meeting, is that correct? Okay, so that brings us to E, Dr. Provost.
As we had discussed earlier today, the committee has received some legal advice from Attorney Taylor. That was confidential legal advice. I think in order to hear her share that publicly, the committee would need to vote to waive the privilege that attaches to that communication.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on waiving that privilege?
Oh, Layla's asking to be unmuted.
Okay, while we're doing a roll call on that, I will find Layla.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Robbins,
Yes.
and Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, Layla, you are unmuted and we have voted for you to be able to discuss.
Okay. So you would have received an open meeting law complaint. I'm going to try to summarize this as succinctly as I can. You received an open meeting law complaint. We got an extension because of the timing of when you technically are allowed to respond, an extension to respond until tomorrow by the Division of Open Government. And so the complaint is that is essentially by putting two liaisons on the SHAC, the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee, that have deliberated in those meetings on policy issues that come before the school committee, that it has created an open meeting law violation. So the first thing I think is important to know is that there's been a lot of considerable open meeting law opinions on superintendent advisory committees. And distinction that the cases make is I think a pretty clear one. You can have liaisons on superintendent's advisory committee if the charge of the advisory committee is to work on the day-to-day operational work of the school that the superintendent has authority and oversight over under the Mass General laws. And it's okay for those liaisons to then report that information to the school committee. It's very clear. The most recent decision came out in September 27th, 2021, and it involved, I believe it was the Hartford School District. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. If a committee is actually doing policy work in a similar fashion that a subcommittee would, right, for a school committee, whether it be on an ad hoc basis or a formal basis, if they're deliberating about things that are going, with members to go into potential policy discussions at the school committee level, then they're not just working on day-to-day operational work of the superintendent. And that is something that potentially, that would be open, subject to the open meeting law. And so in January, you added 2 liaisons to the committee. At the time, I had looked at the case law and I looked at the motions that were passed. And there were 2. This was back in January of 2022. The SHAC school committee members are entrusted to identify and bring back issues of policy. Well, that was not the first one. The first one, I'm sorry, because it's sort of important they're read in order. So to appoint 2 liaisons to the SHAC to be on the superintendent's health advisory committee, to then report back to the school committee on a regular basis, as well as to be the point people for members of the public who have COVID-19 related questions. So didn't say that they were doing policy work of the school, at least by the plain terms. The second vote that was taken is the SHAC school committee members are entrusted to identify, and we're assuming that those are the liaisons, right, who are on that SHAC committee, to identify and bring back issues of policy for the school committee's consideration, and to affirm that the school committee is responsible for setting policy for the district, including all code policy that is not superseded by the authority of state or federal law. On that January 22 vote that was taken, there was a lot of discussion about whether the prior school committee had ceded their authority to policy to the SHAC, had delegated that to the SHAC. And so reading these in tandem, at the time I looked at this, it sounded like basically the school committee had said, we're going to have liaisons on the committee. They're going to watch the work of the SHAC, but the superintendent's role is day-to-day operational policy, or excuse me, day-to-day operational implementation of health and safety needs of the schools around COVID. And that the school committee, right, to the extent there was ever a delegation of that power to the superintendent, that was going to go back and revert to its proper place with the school committee, right? And so the liaisons, as long as the liaisons are acting as liaisons to a superintendent's advisory committee that's meant to advise in day-to-day operations, you don't have an issue. The case law on that not becoming a public body is very clear. When I went back and I looked in March, and maybe you had done this earlier, I don't know, but I know in March, there was a lot of conversation around whether or not the district should lift the masking policy and changes around masking, because DESE had lifted the requirements. And I think it was a March 17th meeting, the school committee voted to ask or charge the SHAC with working on recommendations about when to lift masking, not to lift masking, things that would be discussed in the school committee's policy discussions. And I think that action confused, lended itself to confusion, quite frankly. I could absolutely see how the public would be confused. I think it's worthwhile for the school committee to have a discussion about whether they want liaisons still in the SHAC, because the superintendent has the authority to have advisory committee for his day-to-day operational stuff. That's within his management authority. So, does the school committee want liaisons on that committee who really do report back what's going on? And then the second piece, if they do or don't, the second question is, do they really want to form a COVID-19 ad hoc committee whose work is to work on COVID-19 policy? And that committee can be made up of members and others that the school committee believes, they like to have on the committee, whether it's, volunteers from the public who they think would be good stakeholders or not. But I think
I'm sorry,
there's been some confusion.
We got to extend, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Leila. I need a motion.
I move to extend.
To suspend the rules, to extend the
Just,
time.
yeah.
Is there a
Extend-
time you're suspending to?
Is it a time certain or until we finish this?
I think we have to finish this. So if
Second.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yep.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
yes,
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Yes, and hoping we just listen and don't deliberate.
Okay, rules are suspended. Layla, please continue.
So I think the first thing that's really important is so the school committee to be very clear about what it wants. If there is a shack, what it wants the liaisons to do. And then I think, and if it really is that they want an ad hoc COVID-19 committee, then I think that should be separate from the shack. And then my recommendation would be that, you allow, I guess me to draft it and designate somebody to review it tomorrow morning so the response can actually be filed.
Okay, thank you, Layla, for laying that all out. Member Stein?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I know everyone's tired. But what frustrates me about this is that my understanding, the shack was never limited to day-to-day advisement. It was also advising around policy when Superintendent Provost had it. So the charge of shack hasn't really changed. The only thing that changed is we put 2 members on it when we took the policy-making decision back. And I think it was extremely clear in those discussions what our charge was and what we were doing. So much so that in February, I wrote to Layla and the mayor saying, I think when we put these members on here, we've effectively created an ad hoc committee. Do we need to obey open meeting law? And I was told no. But I don't think anything really changed in March. I think everything was evident then. I would make a motion to just have shack follow open meeting law and be public, and not set up, like, we could change the name if we wanted to ad hoc COVID advisory committee, but I would just say make it open, because I think when we put the members on there for that purpose, we all knew why we were doing it. We knew what the point of it was. We were charged with doing specific things and asking for advice on policy, and that's what we've been doing, which was something that was going on prior with the superintendent. So it should have been open then, and we should vote to make it open now and authorize Layla to send a response to the state that says we're going to start conducting it openly. That's the motion I would make.
I do want to say, I think there's some potential challenges with that structure. The people that are currently on the shack, I think a number of them are city. There's at least, and I'm not really sure, is she the Department of Public Health director is a city employee who you can't direct to be on your subcommittees. You also have members of the school district who are employees who are not under the appointing authority of the school committee. So whether they'd want to be on that shack and on a public committee is one I don't think that the school committee can require. I mean, they may want to, it may be a term or condition of employment for some of them that you would need to go back to NACE with. So I don't think it's that simple. I think you could vote to have an ad hoc committee, and you can see if the members of the shack want to be on that committee. And you could certainly invite them to attend an ad hoc committee meeting.
Okay. Any other comments? So we need to direct Leyland how to respond tomorrow, because that is the deadline.
I'll withdraw my last motion and make a new one. My new motion would be the school committee forms an ad hoc committee or subcommittee. I'm not sure which one we need or which one we need to choose. It can't be a subcommittee because that's standing. It would have to be, I believe, an ad hoc committee to advise us on COVID policy. And we will extend invitations to participate in that committee to the current members of SHAC. And we will vote to limit SHAC to purely advising on day-to-day operations. And we will withdraw our members. So our members would be on the new ad hoc committee. SHAC would exist to advise on day-to-day operations. We wouldn't be there, but there'd be no policy discussion there. The policy advice would come in this newly formed body that we would be on. I'm happy to try to restate that if it's helpful.
Yeah, I think the part I was unclear on is were you saying you were going to determine what the SHAC does?
Well, if the legal opinion is that's all the SHAC has been doing, I think we should just codify it with this vote. The SHAC is according
it's not
to
our
this,
committee.
Right, but I'm saying if the brief that we read is saying that that's all SHAC has been tasked with doing, I think when we create this new ad hoc committee, we should codify that this new ad hoc committee is the only place that COVID policy is being discussed. Day-to-day operations can live in SHAC, and we won't talk about day-to-day operations. We're just talking about policy decision. So we sort of bifurcate the two things in the way that Layla thought it was.
I mean, okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I think it's fine to determine for a school committee ad hoc committee, but I'm not sure we can make determinations for what the SHAC will do when advising the superintendent. A member Levy.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Can we clarify what day-to-day operations are? I feel like policies drive operations, but what are day-to-day operations? Examples.
Can we bring rugs back into the room? Do we need to change the way in which we collect test samples? If we're having a problem with mask compliance, what are some things we could do to change that? Or we're having a problem with our vendors.
Got it. Cool. Great. Thank you. That was my question.
Further discussion? So was that a motion that you made? And can you restate your motion?
Sure. And before I restate it, I want to just clarify a little bit too. It's the reason why I think it's important to clarify that this new ad hoc committee would be the only place policy advice is given to the school committee is because we took back that responsibility and we'd be removing our members from SHAC. So the appropriate place if we were to change this for these policy things to be talked about would be in this new ad hoc committee, not in a parallel operation that we're not part of. So that's sort of why I'm making this distinction. So my motion is to create an ad hoc committee to advise the school committee on COVID policy making decisions. To form that committee, we would invite members of SHAC to join, and and the school committee members who are appointed as liaisons to SHAC would be withdrawn from SHAC and placed on this new ad hoc committee.
Okay, that's the motion.
I second with the caveat or with the amendment. I don't think we can, obviously we can't require that any public health folks be on this ad hoc committee, but to me, the whole purpose in having the shack was to ensure that our COVID decisions were driven by health experts, public health experts and doctors. And so I would just like to articulate a strong desire to have public health and medical experts on our ad hoc committee. And if there aren't any, we need to recruit some.
Is that a friendly amendment or is it just understood?
Friendly amendment.
I'll accept it. Sounds great. I might make you recruit though, because
That is my background.
All right, is there other discussion? Layla, any clarification you need or?
No, I think what I'll need is Annie once, if the motion passes, it would be good if Annie could send me a copy of the motion. And the only other thing is I would normally, before sending something, the reply along, I would typically what committees will do is either delegate the review of that opinion or that response that my office drafts for either the chair or somebody else to review.
And Layla, what would we do in the interim? So you send this in and then, well, I guess there is no interim. Yeah, sorry. Gotcha, never mind, sorry.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call please, Annie.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Come back to me, please.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Chiara,
No.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, and so then the next thing we need is to determine who will review what you write, Layla, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think the message is essentially going to be, this is what the case law says. It appears that there was some confusion about the charge, and this is the remedy that the school committee voted on. I think it'll be fairly brief.
Okay. So is there a motion for who on whether me, Member Agna, both of us, who will review this? It's tomorrow, yeah? You'll have to write it and it'll be need to be reviewed and sent all tomorrow, correct?
But yeah, by the close of business, but I can get it done in short order, I'm sure. Get it to somebody in the morning.
Okay. All right, so I'm looking for a motion. And who's going to review what Layla writes? Member Robbins?
Motion for Mayor and Member Agna to review it tomorrow.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Layla. Dr. Provost, nothing else here on this agenda needs to be dealt, everything else can wait until May 12th?
That's correct.
Okay. So that the future business negotiating subcommittee, April 26, 5:30, school committee, May 12, 6:30, curriculum subcommittee, May 18th, 5 p.m. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Motion
moved.
to adjourn.
Second.
Was made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by, there was a bunch of,
Daisy, maybe?
okay, member Gazy. Roll call, please.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
and Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow, member Gazy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.